Nashudala Henry Amotu, Abiaco, Abiaco, Yaco, Taquados, Pushes, Ecapados, Parusha, it is a good thing to give thanks to the Lord and to sing praises to thy name, O Most High, to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning and thy faithfulness every night. Upon the instrument of ten strings and upon the psaltery, upon the harp with the sound sound. For thou, O Lord, hast made me glad through thy works. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Lord, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doth a fool understand this. When the wicked spring as the grass, and when all the work of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Lord, art most high forevermore. For lo thy enemies, O Lord, for lo thy enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. For my horn shall thou exalt like the horn of a wild ox. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see my desire on mine enemies, and mine ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar of Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our God. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing, to show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness in him. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Yemeneka, Baruch Torateka, Baruch Kushateka, Shaddai Melech, Shaddai Malach, Shaddai Himno Olam Moed, Baruch Shem Kavod Malchut Olam Moed, Baruch Kavod Elohim Mi Kumo Melech Elyon, Hallelujah Olam Moed. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness and possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who by no means clear the guilty. Visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High, his work is perfect, for all his ways are just as a God of faithfulness, and without iniquity, just and right is he. Giving due respect and honor to the head of Israel, Chief Eleazar, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto the tongue of my forefathers. Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom. We're back at it again, another holy day, another holy Shabbat day, a day ought to be observed and recognized, a day that ought to be observed and recognized. Why? Because the Creator recognized this day. The Creator recognized this day. The Most High recognized this day. So in return, because we are supposed to be striving to be holy like unto God, so we have to begin to train ourselves to start acknowledging the things that the Creator, that God acknowledges. We have to start doing that. Then and only then we will begin to gain the attention of God. When we start to do things that pleases him, when we start to do things that he accepted, when we start to accept the things that he accepts, when we begin to hate and despise the things that he hate and despise, then we will begin to be accepted of God. Like Cain and Abel. One was accepted, one wasn't accepted. Cain wasn't accepted, but Abel was accepted. They both sent up offerings, but Abel's offering was accepted because Abel was accepted. Cain's offering was not accepted because he wasn't accepted. And how do we know when the Creator accepts one's offering? When Solomon said them prayers, and he had the sacrifice set up, fire came down from heaven and sucked up and burnt up and consumed the sacrifice, which means whatever the prayer that Solomon sent up to God was accepted. Now, the main key to that was Solomon asked the Most High, if this people
turn towards this place. He said, hearken and hear. Hearken and hear. The place was the house that he built. So now the house is not there no more. It ain't there no more. So one of the things that the Most High, that you would draw God's attention towards you, is your ways, your lifestyle, the things that you do that is compatible to God, that is compatible to the Creator. Because we've been stuck. We are stuck in the customs in the ways of these people we live amongst. We are stuck in the custom, in the ways of these people that we live amongst. We have a problem when it comes to living and doing the things according to what the Creator said. Okay? People put themselves before God. People put themselves before the Creator. Okay? And that's a problem. Because anytime we put anything before the Creator, before the Most High and His laws, you have something else. You are attached to this thing here. You are attached to whatever is getting in the way of you serving this God. That is a part of idolatry. Another definition of idolatry is immoderate attachment. I have a problem getting rid of the things that God hates and despises. I have a problem disattaching myself from the things that God has already denounced as abominable. He gave us strict laws, gave us strict commandments, strict statutes, and told us all these laws that we read about restricts us from following after the people that we live amongst. So when he came down on Mount Sinai, his exact words were, he said, the Most High said, at that mountain, you didn't see a similitude. You didn't see no figure. The only thing you heard was a voice. A voice. That's all you heard. But you didn't see a similitude. You didn't see no figure. That's nothing. You didn't see a voice. You didn't see a similitude. You didn't see none of that. And we have a thing that we get attached real quick to the things that God hates. We get attached to the things that we have no business getting attached to because our emotions. God told us to channel our emotions in one spot. He said, love me with all your heart, soul, and might. He said, love God with all your heart, soul, and might. Nobody gets that. My children don't get that. Your wife don't get that. Your husband don't get that. Friends don't get that. Nobody gets that. The only one that gets that and receives that type of attachment and emotions is God. Is the Creator. Because then and only then you will be able to make up your mind and set that boundary. Set that line and you won't cross that line. Because you are determined to do the things that is lawful and right by God. You are determined to do the things that is lawful and right by the Creator. All right, let's go into the law. We're going to go into the little law here. We're going to give a little here, a little there, a little ease here, a little law here. All right, let's go to Numbers 15. go to Numbers 15. Yeah, 15. Numbers 15, verse 29.
Ye shall have one law for him that sinneth through ignorance, both for him that is born among the children of Israel.
Okay. Now, verse 29. Right? Now read that verse over again.
Ye shall have one law for him that sinneth through ignorance.
Ye shall have one law for him that sinneth through ignorance. Okay? What is ignorance? What do they mean by ignorance? Ignorance meaning you didn't know. Okay? You didn't know for something to be unlawful. I didn't know what I was doing. The things that I was doing, I was wrong for doing. Okay? You didn't know. You wasn't aware. Right? Now, let's go to, all right, I'm going to repeat it again. Numbers 15, we're in Numbers 15, Numbers chapter 15, verse 29, right? Numbers 15, verse 29, right? You see, you shall have one law for him that sinneth through ignorance. Through ignorance means you didn't know for something to be wrong, but I did it. I wasn't aware. Just like I had a talk with Prince Jeriel, right? And he said something, and he was right. He said, there's no man that sinneth not. There's no man that sinneth not. And he's right. We all sin. But the key to that is not to sin presumptuously. Presumptuously means to commit or do something that is wrong and you know it to be wrong. You know when this particular thing is wrong and you still go and do it. Right? Now, go ahead. He shall have one law for him that sinneth through ignorance.
Both for him that is born among the children of
Both
Israel.
for him that is born among the sons of Israel.
And for the stranger that sojourneth among them.
And the stranger that sojourns among them. Now, the strangers that sojourned among them, right? This is the strangers that has decided to cleave to God. These are the people that have decided to walk in the ways of the Creator. Because it's against the law. There's certain ways that you treat these strangers. I can't just treat them any and anyhow because they're strangers. Now, there's two words. It's gir. Gir means a stranger, and nakri are the aliens. They are alien, meaning a people that does not reside or that is not of Israel nativity or descendant. Okay? So, what is that? Verse. Go ahead, read.
But the soul that doeth aught presumptuously, whether he be born in the land or a stranger, the same reproacheth the Lord. And that soul shall be cut off.
He said, but the soul that doeth aught presumptuously. Right? Right? Now, like I told you before, it said, for that word, it says, Beyad Ramah, right? With a high hand. The soul that's doing aught with a high hand, with a presumptuous hand, all right? With a proud hand, right? So, why emphasize on a proud hand or a person that does presumptuously is because you're doing this thing, you're violating and doing things. And in order to, when people begin to do certain things that is against the law, it shows that you are proud. It shows stubbornness. It shows pride against God. It shows boldness. against God. Because like a parent go tell the child, hey, don't do this, don't touch this. The child boldly disregards what you says and go and touch it anyway. That's the same instance, that's the same actions that we do with the Creator, that we do with God. Right? Read.
But the soul that doeth or presumptuously,
Or presumptuous,
whether he be born in the land
whether he be born in the land
or a stranger,
or a stranger,
the same reproacheth the Lord.
the same has reproached God. The word reproach, it means to insult, right? To insult means to treat with insolence, indignity, or contempt. So when you're studying and reading these laws, reading all these laws, number one, to get the clearness and the real understanding of these laws, we have to read it in its original language, which is Hebrew.
Right.
And then on top of that, when you're reading it in the Hebrew, you have your dictionaries. You have your Hebrew dictionaries, and you have a good Merriam-Webster, a good English dictionary, because then, only then, you will be able to get into these words to figure out what is the meaning of these words. Pinpoint certain things. Okay, so now we're going to dig into these words. Insolent. Insolence means insultingly contemptuous in speech or conduct. So I can be insulting. Most people say, oh, he insulted me. And most people think, well, you're always talking about a speech. But it ain't always got to be speech. I can insult you with my actions or my conduct. Okay? It also goes into boldness or being impudent. Boldness. Impertinent. Lack of respect for God. When we sin presumptuously, we show no respect. We show no honor for the Creator. Impudent meaning disregard for others. And all through the laws, through this book that we read, it teaches us not to be impudent. It teaches us to regard our neighbor. That's why we read these laws. All these laws that we read about teaches us and tells us how we should be with each other and how we shouldn't be with each other. Right? The law is for every man concerning his neighbor. Now we go into another word called contempt. Contempt meaning the feeling that a person is beneath consideration. You're the only one supposed to be considered and acknowledged. So you mean to tell me I can't acknowledge or consider this guy? Because you feel you are above that person. King David didn't feel that way. Yeah, he was above Shimei, but he still backed up and acknowledged that this, he said, told Abishai, he said, leave Shimei alone. God, he cursed me because God told him to curse me. And that's a mentality that we all need to begin to acquire. That's a mentality that we all need to start thinking. Nothing happened without the will of God.
That's right.
And nothing happened without the Most High allowing it to happen. Because my hands call whatever goes down in my life, in your life, in our lives, we call this to ourselves. So now, it takes a certain man or a certain person to have this train of thought, to able to backtrack, to seek out or to find out from whence cometh this evil. Where did this evil thing went down? What did I do to bring this upon myself? What action did I do to bring this evil or this reaction upon me? Because everything happened for a reason. Why? Because we refuse to honor God. And how do we honor God and show God respect and honor is by adhering to his laws, commandments, and statutes. But people refuse to hearken to this. People don't want to live this way of life no more because it's too many restrictions. It's too many restrictions. The word transcend. The word transcend is a definition from being holy. To transcend means to exceed usual limits, means to go far and beyond, means to go all the way with God. Don't half step. Don't meet him halfway. Because if I go halfway, then he's going to meet you halfway. We're dealing with a God that recompense, that recompense you according to what you put out. So if I put out half, God's going to meet me halfway. If I come out full, then he's going to meet me. He's going to come to his fullest with me. Because he said what? To the merciful, I will be merciful to. I will show pity to ones that show pity. I will be merciful to the ones that is merciful. So if I'm not merciful or I'm not projecting mercy, how is God going to be able to deal with me with mercy? Right? Now, when you lack respect or fear of something that is usually respected or fear, that is when you disregard. That's when you disregard the Creator. Okay? Now, the last one is indignity. The word indignity, a treatment or circumstances that cause one to feel shame or to lose one's dignity. An action that offends against a person's dignity or self-respect. Right? That's indignity. Dignity is the state or quality of being worthy of honor or respect. Dignity is a personal quality of being worthy of honor, worthy of esteem. A man with dignity has self-control. A man or a person that has dignity about himself has self-control of oneself. Okay? Self-control. He's, okay, Tamshi, read.
And that soul shall be cut off from among his people. Because he hath despised the word of the Lord and hath broken his commandments, that soul shall utterly be cut off.
Now, what it says now? He said, but the soul that does all presumptuously, will it be, right?
Will it be born of stranger or stranger, the same reproach of the Lord.
The same reproach of God. And the word for reproach, it also means reproach, and it also means to blaspheme. The same has blasphemed the Most High. To blaspheme is when you have no respect for what the Most High has respect for. And that is the beginning, that's the start of us blaspheming God. The things that God uphold and respect, we have to train ourselves to uphold and respect it. You didn't read nowhere where God respected this here or the other, then don't have respect for these things. Because we have to train ourselves to be like unto God. When you train yourself to be like unto God, you know what that word is? Godly. Yes, we can be godly. Yeah, I can be godly. Yeah, I can be godlike, like unto God. And the key in the way of getting or being godly is by reading these laws, adhering to his laws, his commandments and statutes, his ways, your way of thinking. Okay? Now, the word reproaching, right? To address someone or God in such a way as to express disapproval is the same as discrediting God. You refuse to accept it. That's reproach. That's when you reproach God. And when you reproach the Creator, when you don't accept the things that you read here, you ain't got to accept it, but acknowledge that it's right. Acknowledge that what you read here, God is right and you are wrong because of how you was raised and taught. That's what we need to tell ourselves. That's when you have a conscientious or a person that wants to change. You have realized within yourself that I need to be this way. I don't accept it. I don't like it, but I have to train myself to like it and accept it, because I do realize that you have been taught wrong. And we've been raised wrong. And our mentality and the way we think, it's contrary to what we read here. It's opposite to what we read here. So now, this is called reprogramming. Reprogramming. I cannot reprogram you, and you cannot reprogram me. You have to program yourself. You have to program yourself towards the things that is lawful and right by God, towards the ways of God.
That's right.
So therefore, if I am reprogramming myself towards the ways of God, if you steal from me, well, I'm gonna go and take something from him. No, that's not the reprogram. You're not, because if that you stole from me and I go and steal back from you, it just makes me the same. It just makes me the same like you. And we have to realize one thing. Don't tell me how I shouldn't be if I'm not doing things or violating the standard of the curriculum of God. What you can say is you shouldn't be that way because our forefathers wasn't that way. You shouldn't do this, boom, 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 because our forefathers did this, wouldn't have done this. Because these people knew the way. These people that we read about knew the way to gain God's attention. And it shows us when we read the things that the people did to push God away. How else would a woman be able to inquire of God and get an answer immediately? Even the woman had a certain standard in the curriculum that they lived by. Even women in the book had certain standards and curriculum that they lived by. Even women. But yet, the men don't want to follow the righteous and pious men that we read about. And the women don't want to follow the righteous and pious woman that we read about. There was a woman in the book, many women in the book, not too much, that delivered Israel from certain circumstances because of their lifestyle, and God saw fit to use them because she was the only one right in that time. That woman was the only one right and correct in that time, in that period. So God had to use her because none of the men stepped up. They all fell, they all folded, but not this woman. That's right. A woman named Esther, who was a prophetess. We had two prophetess, Deborah and a woman named Huldah. But in order for these women to be prophetess, you know how magnificent of a lifestyle these women had to be living for God to use these two women for prophetess, to be a prophet, to where Barak, one of the men, it was war. So Barak went to the prophetess Deborah. He said, I'm not going to war without you.
You gotta come.
You have to come. If she wasn't going with him to war, he said, I ain't going. You know why? because he already knew and acknowledged that God was with that woman. And when she stepped up on the scene, things is gonna go right. It's gonna be correct. He know for sure God was gonna deliver him, because the prophetess, the woman that God has accepted and exalted, is with him. And that, I say that to say this. This is why Saul went to the prophet Samuel and told Samuel, he said, yeah, honor me now in the sight of the people, because he wanted Samuel to worship with him. But Samuel was on a different mindset. Samuel was on a different plane. He said, if God didn't accept you, what makes you think that I'm going to pray with you or worship with you?
That means I accept you.
That means I have accepted you, and God did not accept you. But he said something that held a lot of ground. He said, honor me now in the sight of the people.
And he did it.
And he did it. Because the people could not see two heads clashing.
No,
this is the king and the prophet. Couldn't see, the people not supposed to see that.
Internal strife.
That's right.
Not supposed to see that.
That's right. Read. I think we at
31.
chapter 15, verse 31.
Because he had despised the word of the Lord.
Because he has despised them. Because he has despised the word of God. Right? Now, despise. Now, to despise means to hate. Now, when or how do you despise God? A lot of people don't understand that. How do you show that you despise God? When I sin presumptuous, when I go against his commands, when I go against his laws, when I do things contrary to what God says, now I show despisement in God. Now you can certainly say that you have despised and you hate God, because I'm doing things that God hates. So therefore, God is going to hate me. The Christians say, God is love. Yeah, God is love. He's compassionate. He's merciful. He's pity. And he also will hate you.
That's right.
He also will look at you as an abomination. He also will look at you as abominable. If you go contrary to what you read,
Jealous.
and he's also a jealous God. Now, when in the world did God ever become jealous? That is an emotion.
Yes.
God loves. He has mercy. He has compassion. He has pity. And he hates. And he has hatred in him too. God has emotions. And there ain't nothing for us to have emotions neither. There's nothing wrong with that. But God already told us where to channel our emotions, where to guide your emotions, how to guide your emotions, where to guide your emotions to. Which means you have to have control of oneself and not to allow yourself to get all intertangled and emotionally over something or caught up with something that you have no business getting caught up in between. Aaron had four sons. Nadab, Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. I'm giving you an example. Nadab and Abihu offered up strange fire before God. They offered up a fire. Why the fire was strange? Because it wasn't brought at the tabernacle. It wasn't brought before the altar. The place where this sacrifice was supposed to be done at. I said, and I just came to me, I never read where it said it was a different concoction. a different mix. I said that. And that was something that I shouldn't have said because I didn't read it there. And we have to go according only to what we read. The reason why God got angry and consumed Nabal, Nadab and Abihu, and killed them was because the sacrifice was not brought before the altar in the place where the Lord thy God shall choose. That's what made it strange. Because who are you sending this offering to? Who are you sending this sacrifice to? If you send it up any other place where God didn't choose, you're sending it to demons. Automatically. And God slayed them. The Most High slayed them. So now, when God, and you can find this in Leviticus 10, right? So when God killed them and slayed them, he commanded Aaron not to uncover his head nor rend his garment. Those words, he said, don't mourn. Those were signs of mourning.
That's right.
God told Aaron, their father, he said, don't mourn. You know what I learned from that? Certain people are not deserving of my tears. Certain people are not deserving for me to feel sorry for because I didn't feel sorry for God when they violated and presumptuously do the things that God ordered us and commanded us not to do. But we begin to feel sorry for these people and cry. Oh, it shouldn't happen. What do you mean? Look how the person was living. Look at what the person did. Look at this. We don't feel sorry for God. So therefore, I make sure that I gauge who I mourn for. I gauge who I feel sorry for. Because before I feel sorry for you and before I mourn for you, before I do that, I'm going to dig into your lifestyle. How this person was living. What this person did in his life that brought this to him. You can't get around certain topics. Certain topics in certain conversations. I'm talking about as far as in the book. Because everything in the book, it either teaches us how to save yourself, and it teaches us how you can condemn yourself. That's what the whole book is about. How to deliver yourself and what you can do to condemn yourself. The things that people did to condemn oneself. Everything in the book. It shows it. It shows it. And that's why it's very important to read. Read. Then and only then you will learn the going and the coming of God. The going and the coming of God, you know what that means? How God moves, how he thinks, how he walks, what he accepts, what he don't accept. This is why I read so much. Because I have a determining spirit. I am determined to change my ways. We have to be determined to change. I can't make you change. And that's what we need to realize. I can't make you change. You have to want to change for the better. And what brings about a person to change is belief. Just by you changing determines how much belief you have in God. How much belief you have in God. Thomas sheet 3. He said he had despised the word of the Lord and had broken his commandment. Read.
That soul shall utterly be cut off. His iniquity shall
that soul shall utterly be cut off. I learned something with last week. And Prince Zechariah pulled my attention to it. Saul wasn't 100% cut off. And I knew that. But what he pulled my attention to, he was cut off from conversation, communication. He was cut off from communication. I'm not dealing with you. I'm not giving you an answer. I'm not doing nothing.
I'm talking to you. Sorry at you.
God cut him off from communication. Because one thing about these people depended on God 100%. They asked God for everything. There are a couple things that they did not ask God for. When you read, nowhere in the book they asked God for money. Nowhere in the book did they ask God for the death of his neighbor or to kill somebody. They didn't do that. And that's why I tell certain people, you don't pray for success. You don't pray for money. You don't do that. What you pray for, you read about what you pray for. Ask God for wisdom. Wisdom to understand your law. A heart so that you can open up to God's law. Knowledge, understanding. Give me understanding so that I may depart from the things that you hate. That's what you prayed for. They didn't pray for money. You want money? Go out and work. Go work. Go to the fields. Work the fields. Go get you a job. Because people, look, go ahead, read.
And while the children of Israel were in the wilderness, they found a man that gathered sticks.
Okay, wait, hold up. Okay, let me go back. So I'll leave you cut off. I'm gonna go back to that word cut off. Right? Now you have two words. Neked. Nun, kaf, resh. That means cut off. Another word for cut off is hikaret. Does that sound different?
Yes.
It's two different words.
Just pronounce two different words.
Two different words. Hikaret or hakad or heked. Hey, kaf, resh. This definition of cut off is neked. Nun, kaf, resh. Knowledge, wisdom tell you it's two different words. But you know what these people say? It's the same. It's the same. Now let me explain these two words. Hiked and neked. Neked, right, or niklita, means to alienate, to betray, to estrange. Come from the word nakri, means strange. Estrange or to deny, right? When God said, he said, I will cut you off, one of the words for cut off, it means neked. Neked means to alienate, to be alienated. So when God alienates you, guess what happens? To cause someone to feel to isolate himself. If you have any wisdom, you will perceive that people in here has alienated themselves because you don't see them here. You have isolated yourself away from God. You are pushing yourself away from God because your actions called for it. Now, you don't have to be here. You can leave here and go somewhere else. But make sure you conversate. Make sure you have a convocation. Make sure you gather on that day. Not stay home and what you call it? And stream. Leave the tuning in for the people that can't go to a convocation. That's what one of the leaders said. One of the leaders said that. And I agree. Leave the tuning in for the people that can't convocate. The ones that can convocate, come out and have this holy convocation. Because this is the things, these are the things that God has ordained. That God has ordained. This is an order. You cannot observe the Shabbat by staying home. You can't observe the Shabbat by sleeping. And that's 90% of the people. Hey, how you doing, brother? You speak to, hey, where's so-and-so? Oh, he's tired. He's home sleeping. Just like I told one of the leaders, I said, the only way I don't congregate or I don't assemble or congregate is if I'm dead, in jail, or hospitalized. If I ain't hospitalized, I'm coming to teachers. I'm having Sabbath services. If I ain't dead, I'm having Sabbath services. If I ain't in jail, I'm having Sabbath services. I will never miss this. I'm not going to miss this. And that is a determination that each person has to develop on themselves, on their own. But you're not going to develop this way of thinking if I keep doing the things that weakens your spirit. What weakens our spirit? When we do things contrary to God, when we commit iniquity, when we sin, it weakens your spirit and it leaves a breach, it leaves an opening in your spirit for more iniquities and more. So because before we transgress, it comes here. It comes here. It comes here. It comes here first before I commit it. Everything we do, it comes here. Okay? Your assumption don't count. You assumed this when you saw whatever you saw immediately. No, I didn't assume it. That's why I'm asking you. Yeah, but it was in the back of your mind already. You already assumed it. Even though you came and asked, you just wanted a confirmation. You wanted a confirmation. But before I got the confirmation, I already assumed and had my answer. That's not godly, and that's how deep it is. And I'm not talking about that instant we was talking about. I'm talking about something else. I'm just talking generalizing. And I thank God, man. I thank God. Because I don't want to have the normal and regular way of thinking. I don't want to think like the regular people, the normal people. I don't want to think like none of these people. I want to have a holy and consecrated and separated thinking. I want to think different. I don't want to have forward thoughts. Forward thoughts are thoughts that is against God. Forward thoughts separate you from God. So we got to train ourselves not to think a certain way in order to get to God. That's one of the attributes of, I'm not going to tell you later. Okay? Okay? To cause someone to feel to isolate himself or estrange. All right? We're going to get into the definition of estrange later. Right? To make unfriendly. To where we used to be friends. I used to be okay with you, but now I'm not okay with you. I'm not happy with you. This is not talking about from man to man or woman to woman. We're talking about God. We're talking about the creator of heaven and earth. The creator, the one that created the sun that you want to worship. Yeah. The one that created the moon that you want to worship. The one that created these stars that you so wish to worship. Now, I don't worship these constellations. The sun is not God. The sun was put there for seasons and times to warm the earth, give heat to the earth. The sun is doing its job. The moon is, that's where we get time. The movements of the sun and moon. That's all it's there for. It's not there for you to worship. But Egyptians worship the constellations. And God told us not to worship the sun. He said, let you look up to heaven and your heart be drawn towards it. And you begin to worship. God gave us commands not to worship the sun. He gave us commandments not to worship the moon. He gave us commandments, don't worship none of the constellations in the heavens. Because Pharaoh thought he brought out the sun. And when Pharaoh thought that he brought the sun out, guess what God did? He said, okay, you think you God? You think you the one that brought the sun out? He said, now I'm going to put darkness in all the land of Egypt. It was a darkness that could be felt. It was a darkness that if you go to light a match, the darkness suck out the match. No light. Like the black hole. Okay? But you have people that look at the sun as God. You have people that look and worship these things. Okay? Now, like I said, we're going to get into the word of definition of estranged later, right? To make unfriendly, hostile, or indifferent, especially where attachment formerly existed. There was a certain time in history when we was correct with God. There was a certain time in history when we was close with God. There was a certain time in history when there was no iniquity found in the sons of Jacob, in the sons of Israel. Now, people say, why did God choose Israel and he didn't choose no other nation? Why did God choose Israel and he don't want nothing to do with these nations? Because of one man. Because of one man, Abraham. You know why? Because Abraham believed in God without proof. That's the heights of belief. That is called blind allegiance. I didn't have to explain every cotton picking thing to him. And this is what I try to tell people. Not everything have an explanation. Stop wondering about the reason and why and let me see this. No, everything don't have an explanation. Sometimes you have to eject those thoughts about why and the reason and just follow. That's what you call blind allegiance. And when you follow, that's belief in God. Then when you had belief in God, you would draw his attention towards you for good. These are the ways of God, man.
Questions come from doubt.
The questions come from doubt. I like that. I like that, brother. When a person has so much questions, you're still doubting.
You don't believe what you read.
You're still doubting. You don't want to just believe what you read and just follow. You want to answer for every darn thing. And guess what? You can't serve God like that. You can't serve this God like that. You can't serve this God like that. What you say?
Questions come from doubt.
Questions come from doubt. I love that.
I told you the answer.
I done told you the answer and gave you the ingredients. Now you got so much questions. Just follow the ingredients. Follow the way that you're supposed to do it. And just move forward. But you doubt. Still behind your fat head, you have doubts whether you are doing the right thing. but you didn't doubt what you did before. You didn't doubt, you're not doubting your past, because every now and then you go back there.
Nostalgia.
Every now and then you go back.
Abraham didn't go.
Okay? Abraham didn't go back. And because Abraham had this blind allegiance with God, because he believed in God without God having to prove or show proof, he chose his seed. Because his son Isaac walked the same way his father walked. So God chose Isaac's seed, which is Jacob, not Esau. Because these was two different men, Jacob and Esau. Okay? One was a cunning hunter, and one was a plain man, which means he was a perfect man. He was a man without fault. Jacob was a man without fault. No iniquity. Okay? And after Isaac, he chose Jacob. Then from Jacob, he chose his sons. Jacob's name was changed to Israel. And he had 12 sons, and they were called the Israelites.
That's what blessings spread to them.
And the blessings from Jacob spread on down the line to these 12 boys, whom God looked at as his peculiar treasure. I look at these people like the apple of my eye.
Nice summary.
This is my people right here. This is my people.
That's it.
And any nation that did Israel any harm,
that's right,
God is going to harm them.
That's right.
He's going to visit their sins upon them. But like Allah said, not yet.
Not yet. That's right.
Not yet. Right now, Israel, or the people that took on or surnamed themselves after Jacob, have to go through this.
Say that again.
We have to go through this to prove ourselves.
That's right.
The children of Israel in here, the people, the elected ones in here went through it and had to prove their determination with God.
That's right.
What makes you think you ain't got to prove yourself today?
That's right. That's right.
And this is why you can't make nobody push. I have to prove myself. You have to be your own push. I gotta be my own push. I have to prove myself with God. I have to prove that I am worthy of God by pushing for his laws, his commandments, and statutes. Okay? Now, he said, you can be alienated from your actions or treatment against God or person. That's right. Actions or treatment. So now we're going to get into the word estrange. The word estrange means to cause someone to be no longer close. To cause someone to be no longer close, there's no affinity, there's no closeness between you and God. And the only thing that gives you that distance away from God is when we sin, when we transgress, when we break these laws. That's what's important. That's the only thing that counts right now. Nothing is above this. My children ain't above this. My children is not above this. Nobody is above this. I told you the rank, the levels, priorities. I mean, I can't make you make my priority. I can't make you make your priority my priority. You know when the only time my priority supersedes your priority? When you're living under my roof.
That's right.
That's where you get your command.
You understand?
Right.
And the only thing that I will put my foot down is when it's dealing with the laws and the commandments of God. That's it.
Everything good.
Everything else, I don't give a hoops about.
Yeah, everything good up there.
Just don't violate the laws and the commandments of God. Don't do things that is contrary to what I read. And it's very important. It's very important that you take heed to these things. Because what sparked my energy, what sparked my spirit, and give me this boost to push to God, because this is not the end. This is not the end of it. The Psalm spoke about it. Psalms 125 speaks about the lot and the portion of the wicked, and the lot and the portion of a righteous person.
After they die.
It's not the same. After they die.
This is somewhere, a territory. Yeah.
After they die.
They go somewhere.
You go somewhere.
He said, you got it after
You go somewhere. My father's spirit left his body. And that was the beginning of him traveling. He was on that journey.
Yeah.
When he woke up and he's able to talk, you know what he said? I was in a strange place.
He said, where the hell am I?
He said, where am I? He said, I'm in a place, and certain things he saw, he said, I can't explain.
Word. He said,
I can't explain. But you know what? I need you to realize, and you'll recognize when you read this book, that God only does this and treats a certain man this way when he have a determination to serve God.
Yeah. Servants. Only the servants get
Everybody don't get that treatment,
that. Special privileges.
especially privileges.
That is a fact.
One of the definitions of estranged, it means antagonistic.
That's the feeling.
Antagonistic is a feeling of opposition to go against God.
That's what they call the villains in the movie. Any movie, they say
A feeling to go against God, to oppose God.
you're a villain.
Now, when you oppose or you're being antagonistic or you are being opposed to God, you're not going to realize that you're being opposite to God.
I'm gonna say you good.
You're going to say, I'm doing good.
I just say,
I'm going to say, man, I'm doing okay. I'm doing right. You're not acknowledging yourself and dipping back to these laws to correlate or to compare the things that I'm doing with what I read. You're going to tell yourself you're doing good. You're going to tell yourself, no, I ain't doing nothing wrong. I'm doing good. I'm walking right. I'm a good man. I'm a good woman.
Uh-oh.
A good man or a good woman
Sir,
standards correlates with what God says.
that's a good.
That's it.
That's good.
First, I was speaking to a man. I said, so I made him say it. So I asked him, what is your definition of a good man? And everything he said does not correlate with what God said. Everything he gave does not correlate with the Creator.
Man's ideas.
Man's ideas.
Man's semblance.
Man's definition. The world's definition.
World.
He said, a good man is one that takes care of his family. That's not what I read there. Because if I serve God and I do his laws, me taking care of family, that's going to be done already. You know why? Because God already said there's rules for that in here. The number one way of being a good man or a good woman is serving God. Putting God number one. Okay? Now, the last definition of neked means to deny. When one refuses to admit the truth or the existence of, you refuse to admit that everything that I've read here is facts. You have yet to that God, the creator of heaven and earth, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, it's only one God. That's what this guy told me one day. He said, well, you know, there's only one God. I said, you darn right. And there's not too many ways to serve him. There's only one way to please him. One way. And if you are not pleasing him in the way that God said to please him, he is not pleased. He ain't pleased. He ain't happy with you. He ain't happy with you. Now that's the word neked, right? Now, the definition of hikaret, right? Hikaret goes into excommunication, goes into death, okay? Goes into death, all right? Straight, all right? Let's go read.
And while the children of Israel were in the wilderness,
While the children of Israel were in the wilderness. Because that time when we was in the wilderness, that was the proving grounds. That was the proving grounds. Okay? Just like today is the proving grounds. Wait 1 second. Let me get
Okay. No, why do you say this is good? Part of it looks like gray. You ask for something.
That was the proving grounds. Today is what we call the proving grounds. Now, I would have to go back to certain things. I'm gonna reiterate certain things. I gotta go back and stay where you at, right? It says Beyad Rama, right? With a high hand. A high hand is having or showing no regard for the rights, concerns, or feelings of others.
right?
In this return, you don't have regard, you have no regard for the rights and the concerns or the feelings of God. You don't have no concern and you don't have no feelings about how God feels if I desecrate and profane his Sabbath day. So you do this, so I go and steal, so I profane the Sabbath day, so I walk in and I cohabitate with my neighbor's wife, so I do things that God hates. I don't have no regard of how God thinks about my actions. All you care about is yourself. That's why one of the things is that you can't serve God being selfish. You can't serve God just thinking about yourself and satisfying your own desires, satisfying your own needs. Sometimes I have to put and toss and separate my desires. Sometimes I have to take my needs and my desires and separate it and think about you. Have a concerning heart for you. How would this brother feel? Well, you know what? This brother feels, I consider him, so I have a considering heart, considering how he feels. So I say, I'm not going to do this because he wouldn't like it, and I don't want to offend him. Now, these are the mentality and the ways that we got to have concerning God, concerning the Creator. And this is a mentality that I have to keep throughout the day, 7 days a week. I must keep this mentality because when that mentality leave off from me, I will begin to decline. Because when that mentality leaves me, then how else would I begin to think? The thinking that's going to come to my head is things contrary to God. Because the soul is lustful. You are deceitful. You're full of iniquities. He said the grain of evil seed has been sown in the heart of man. So not everything that comes to your mind is right. So not everything that you think about and you is right. This is why I said it before, that we have to maintain a certain way of thinking. Okay? Now, when you look up the definition of high hand or beyad rama, meaning a high hand, it says arbitrary or overbearing. Right? Arbitrary is when you act without thought, when you do things without thinking. You do things without thinking, and then a person got to come and correct you. Wait a minute. Don't think that way. Don't move that way. The law says this, and this. By you moving and thinking that way, you violate this. I'm going to tell you something, man. And I don't know what came into me. Right? I don't know what came into me. So, I had a dog. Right? I had a dog. It was on Shabbat. The dog got to walk. I'm not going to carry the leash in my hands because I don't carry nothing in my hands. So I took the leash and I tied it to my loop on my pants. So I ain't got to carry it. So I'm walking with him, walking with the dog. The dog likes basketballs. When he see the basketball, he gets crazy. He wants to play with it. Right? So he kept coughing. I don't know what came into me. And this is how I know we should not carry nothing in our hands. There was two guys, two kids. I'm like, what in the hell? After is when I said, what in the world got into me? Because while the dog is barking for the ball, that quick, the laws of God out of my brain. So I'm looking at the kid. I said, throw me the ball. Guess what? God was in it. God was in it. Because the boy said, nah. No, we held it. No. I said, man, throw me the ball. Look, that's not me. That's not me, bro. That's not me. Took it, about to walk away. I didn't hearken to the first opinion, to the first time. Another kid snatched the ball from him, threw it, and I caught it. I said, what the hell am I doing? Threw the ball back. You see how the adversary is on? I don't do things like that, loco. I don't do that. But let me explain something to you. I know that I'm on the right track. I'm on the right track, man. That told me I'm on the right track. Because anytime you are determined, and when the adversary sees a determination, Ima, to serve God, he's gonna take certain things out of your brain and cause you and make you sin. So if the adversary could do that with David, what makes you think he could do with me? That's how I know the things that I started doing, the mentality I'm beginning to acquire, and the way I'm starting to walk. Adversary, the Satan don't like that, because his job is to detour you away from God. That's his job, man. Adverse to God, opposite to God. Why do you think he went so hard on Job? Because he really felt that he can flip the mentality of Job to go against God. So the adversary told God, he said, Skin for skin. Take this away, take this away. I bet you he cursed you to your face. He said, okay, I did it. Look, do you consider my servant Job one that extruded evil? The word for extrude just means to turn aside, to turn away from the things that is unlawful. Upright, conscientious, to have a conscience. And that's what Job had. Job had a conscience, right? And that word conscience, conscientious, that's my boy. That's my boy's favorite word. My boy is a Zakaria, right? Conscientious, to have a conscience, the feeling of obligation to make right that which was done wrong. But in order to make certain things right, I gotta be able to acknowledge that I was wrong. Or else you're not gonna make it right.
You ain't gonna have a conscience. That's what the conscience is.
Or else you're not gonna have a conscience because you're gonna tell yourself I'm right and I did this because. I did this because he did this. I did this because he's one did that. Conscious. Conscious. Take your eyes and look at yourself. Start taking heed to yourself. Because there is a place after death. And guess what? So far, what I'm seeing, we ain't reached that plateau for God to pull us up out of the room, pull us up out of destruction, pull us up from the
salvation.
We ain't reached that. Because your ways are not compatible to the ways of these men and the woman that we read about, who God accepted. Who God accepted. Do away with the things that God hates. Do away with the ways and the way of thinking that God hates. You gotta do away with these things before it's too late. Because sometimes there's no way to come back. There's no reparation. There's no correcting. Now that's it. I read Hosea where he said I'll build an edge where you can't find your way back to God because it was before your face. It was right there. Now the path is closed for you, which means there's a certain time for repentance. There's a certain time when it's come back before the door closes. Find your way back before it closes because it's not going to stay open forever.
It's not even wide open now.
I acknowledge that. And I know. I acknowledge that and I know that and I have to use my father's experience as an example. I shouldn't have to experience the same thing because I seen it with my own eyes. You already know. So use that experience to boost yourself, to push towards God. Use that. Okay? Now the word is when we act without thought. Okay, arbitrary. I'm in the definition of arbitrary, right? Is when you act without thought of what is fair or right. Right? Done without evidence. You hear what I'm just telling you, man? When you do things without proof, when you think things without proof, you don't have no darn proof about this happening, but you're voicing it. And I'm thinking this way about you. But Eli thought the woman was drunk. And because he had those thoughts about the woman being drunk, he went to her and told her to put away your drunkenness. Because her actions was of a drunk person. So the next step is to go to the person. Your actions is of a thief, brother. Now I have to come to you and ask you, did you steal? Did you take it? And if you say no, well, by all means, I have to accept what you told me. We're not going to get this way of thinking by not reading. How I train myself and how I begin to think this way, because I read this book every day. I read this book every day. I read these chapters over and over. I read Genesis and Exodus over and over. I read Leviticus and Numbers and Deuteronomy over and over. I read Joshua, Judges, 1st and 2nd Samuel, 1st and 2nd Kings over and over. I read 1st and 2nd Chronicles over and over. I read the Psalms and the Proverbs over and over. Ecclesiastes over and over. Nahum, Hosea, Jeremiah, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Habakkuk, Malachi, Zephaniah, Zechariah, Micah. We have to read these things over and over to acquire the mentality of God, because it's in there. Everything is in here. Teaches us how to live. Teaches us how to think. Teaches us how to walk. Teaches us what to eat. Teaches us what not to eat. Teaches us what to do, what not to do, how to act, how to behave, how to conduct, what to say, what not to say, because there's a certain time to say certain things. And there's a certain time where we shouldn't say certain things. Let's serve this God, man. Let's serve this God, because he's a terrible God. But he's a terrible God. He's a terrible God. He's also, like I said, a merciful one. Compassionate, pity, but he's terrible too. Okay? And if it's done without evidence, means your thoughts went off. If I could do something without proof, then my thoughts went off from God. My mind went off from God. Because the first thing that's supposed to acquire my mind or inhabit this is the laws and the commandments of God. And only a person ways that is towards righteousness, then that's the only way to acquire and maintain these holy and righteous thoughts. You can't go against God and expect to have holy thoughts from the Most High. You can't expect that. It don't go together. You can't expect that. Right? Okay, so now, overbearing. Right? Overbearing is unpleasantly or arrogantly domineering. Unpleasantly or arrogantly domineering. Now, what is domineering? To dominate, to control, right? Asserting your will over another in an arrogant way. Asserting your will over another in an arrogant way. Right? Now, let's understand this. God gave strict commands that the head of the household should order his household. My will is to serve God and keep his commandments and command my household after me or after the laws and the commandments of God. That's the only thing that I will be domineering in. That's the only thing that I will enforce. What if I'm with a brother and he feels something different towards me? I'm not gonna go be arrogant and be over him to make him feel the same way I feel. If it ain't in violation of the law, that's the way the man feels. That's the way he thinks. I can't get angry for the way this man feels or think. And you know, you have a lot of people like that. I look at the person, I say, wait a minute, man, what's your problem, man? That's how he thinks, and that's the way he want to do it. You can't get angry with him because of that. Okay? Asserting your will over another in an arrogant way, right? Now, how you can tell a person is domineering or overbearing, right? Like I said before, go to a construction site, right? When bosses are in your ear yelling while you're working, that's overbearing. And when I first got in to the union, you are an apprentice. And they treat the apprentices like,
They let you know you
like dude. The apprentices is working and they behind you yelling and screaming. Let's go. Well, that's how you know if you're an overbearing person. I've been the boss before and I've been a foreman before. And I wasn't overbearing like that over my workers. I gave the workers the instructions. I need that done. I want this done. I want this done. I want this done. And I leave them. Now, the only time I may have to yell if the job is not getting done. Now, I have to make you do it. Because if I don't enforce it, then guess what? Guess what? I'm going to lose my job. I'm going to lose my job. And these workers are not going to allow me to lose my job. I have to be on top of you because you didn't complete the task. You didn't complete the task. Okay? Now, go ahead. What verse we at?
32.
Read.
And while the children of Israel were in the wilderness, they found a man that gathered sticks upon the Sabbath day.
Lave, I think it's tau. It means to gather. Okay? It means to gather. That is an action. That is an action that ought not to be done on Shabbat. We learn the things, we learn what not to do to profane the Sabbath day by reading. That is gathering. Dude went out, he started gathering sticks. Okay? Now read.
And they found him gathering sticks.
Hold that right there. You know what it says for Shabbat? It says Shabbat, Shabbaton. Shabbaton means a general strike. When I look up a strike, it says no activities. Okay? Do you know how many activities that these Israelites, so-called Israelites, have on Shabbat? And this is why I don't go to Unity Shabbat. This is why I don't go to Unity Shabbat. And I learned this later on because that's an activity. They're setting up speakers. These are Israelites that come from all over into one spot. They're setting up speakers. They're bringing in loads and loads of food and food. I'm not going there. Today is a general strike. Nothing goes down today. The only thing that's going on, the only activity that's supposed to be going on right now is the Sabbath services. We have Sabbath teachings. You sit, you listen to the word of God, break, you eat, and then we come back after a period of time of resting and relaxing for the second half, and we end it out. That's it. I don't agree with traveling because if our forefathers traveled, then it will be going against Exodus 20. The Most High gave us a command that said, everything shall rest. You, your son, your daughter, your maidservants, your menservants, your cattle, ass, oxes, the horses, everything rests. So if I jump on my horse and ride him to wherever I'm going, is the horse resting? No. It's working.
That's what he do.
So that's why I really don't agree with traveling or going nowhere. If I go to a camp, it was walking distance. I'm able to walk.
Been in the city.
All right. Okay, read. Go ahead.
And they that found him gathering sticks brought him unto Moses and Aaron and unto all the congregation. They
Read.
put him in ward because it
They
was
put
not,
him in ward.
because it was not declared what should be done to him.
The
The Lord said unto Moses, the man
shall
shall be surely
put
put
to
to death.
death.
All
Now
the-
you had people that said the reason why God put him to death was because he kindled a fire. Or God don't kill you for your intentions. No, he did the action. He gathered sticks. They found him gathering sticks. That by you gathering, anything that you gather is an action of work.
Searching God. That's work.
Action of work.
That's what you do in the
And
field.
God gave a command, told Moses to put him to death. The congregation shall stone with stones without the camp. But it was the Sabbath. This stoning had to go down Akare after the Sabbath because you got to gather the stones. Which means he remained in jail, in war, until after the Sabbath. Then they gathered their stones and they killed him. And then you gonna go gather stones.
And the Lord spake unto
Go ahead.
The Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speaking to the children of Israel, and bid them that they make them fringes on the borders of their
Speak
garments.
unto the children of Israel that they bid them that what? That they make them fringes. The word for fringes is zikzit, right? Put upon, it said, on the borders of their garments. Now the word borders means all around your garment, right? But this is why I emphasize we have to look at the law in the Hebrew, because the word for borders, the borders of their garment, and the word for borders is kanaf. Kanfe. Upon kanfe. Kanfe is the corners. The corners of your garments. 4 corners. Okay? And this is why when you look at my garments, you look at my t-shirts, you look at anything I wear, it has 4 corners. If I don't have 4 corners on my garments, it don't make sense to put on fringes. Why you don't split your shirt? Why you don't put 4 corners on your shirt? Because you value your shirt, your t-shirt, whatever you're wearing over the commandments and the laws of God. That's why. Just say it. You value your shirt over the laws and the commandments of God. So you don't split your shirt. You just put the fringes on. It don't count. It don't count. The only way it counts if we do these laws word for word according to what it says. Then it will begin to have an effect. And you do it for a long period of time. You have time and grace. Wait a minute. A person, who do you think is going to have more understanding about God? A person that has more time in, not playing, but a person that has more time in reading and fulfilling these laws, commandments, and statutes. Now, Johnny come lately, a newcomer, and this ain't gotta be a man. You had Johnny come lately woman and Johnny come lately men, just coming in. You think you're gonna have more understanding of God and how to do these laws over this man that been doing this for years? So when I tell you something, I'm expecting you to listen, because I'm not telling you nothing off the side of my head. Everything that I'm telling you, I can show you with the book.
Word for word.
Word for word. I could show you this in the book. So I'm expecting you to take heed. But you cannot expect a person to take heed that has not decided to do these laws. You can't expect a person to take heed that have not decided to live this way, and you can't force this on nobody.
That's right.
Realize that, man. Why are you getting mad at this brother or this sister that they are profaning the Sabbath day, and they didn't say they want to live this way.
That's right.
They didn't want to live this way. You decided to live that way. So guess what? Who's out of place? You. You're out of place. It's not even your house. So which means you got to separate yourself from people that don't want nothing to do with your God. Because guess what? One thing we got to realize, maybe God want that person to go that way. Maybe, listen, the Most High push people to a certain direction or a certain route or a certain lifestyle to match them. This is how that person is. So therefore, God is going to push you that way. No matter how much you tell the person that they're wrong, they shouldn't be doing this. This is what the book said. None of that is going to have an effect.
It should be around your house.
That's right. Separate yourself. Okay? Go ahead, read.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speaking to the children of Israel, bidding that they make the fringes on the borders of their
From the
garments
corners of their garments,
throughout their
generation,
generation, that they put upon the fringe of the borders a ribbon of blue.
A ribbon of blue. Now, the word for blue is Tekelet. Tekelet is navy blue, the darkest blue. And this is why I don't use sky blue. I don't use sky blue to wrap around my fringes. I don't use no other blue to wrap around my fringes but navy blue, the darkest blue there is. Some people say you can wear blue fringes, but just make sure you put the navy blue around the sky blue. I'm not wearing it. It's still blue. I ain't wearing nothing blue. Sky blue, whatever shade of blue it is.
It's still blue.
It's still blue, regardless of what shade it is. But it ain't navy blue. Right? It ain't navy blue. But it's still blue. It's sky blue. It's a different type of blue. The only type of blue that God ordained was navy blue. I'm not wearing sky blue fringes and put blue, navy blue around. I'm not wearing no blue fringes. You know why? Because maybe I am sinning by doing it. Maybe I'm not doing it. But I'm on the safe side by not doing it.
Bring it back.
Do
Do it out.
it out. That's all, yeah.
I go to the extreme.
Okay.
My father taught me to go to the extreme with it. The book said use the navy blue to put around the fringe. I'm sticking to that. Because certain things you can draw God's attention towards you from doing. Just like the Rechabites. There was a people called the Rechabites, and they did not live in what?
They lived in tents.
They lived in tents.
Their father bathed them.
Because their forefathers told them
not to drink wine,
not to drink wine
Wine.
or what?
or live in houses.
Live in houses.
So
Right.
They dwell in
So
tents.
they dwelt in tents. Right.
Generations.
Generation and generation and generation them past. Though that was something that God acknowledged. And it drew his anger away from them. It drew his attention towards them. Okay, so now we're gonna cut that. That's enough of that there. And now we're gonna hit some certain parts in the book. Right? We're gonna go to, let's go to Psalms. Psalms 101. Go to Psalms 101. Yeah, go to Psalms 101. There it is. All right, I got it. All right, Psalms 101. He said, I will sing of mercy and judgment unto thee, O Lord, will I sing. David was something else. King David was a hell of a man. The only man, him and Asaph, was the only people that thought on God to make songs dedicated to God. It take a certain type of person to make a song about God. You had woman, Elkanah's wife. She made a song to God, dedicated to God. David, Asaph, but this guy here, David knew the ways of God. He knew the ways of God. He knew what to do to gain God's attention. And he knew the things to do to stay away from that will push God away. He said, I will behave myself wisely. The word for wisely is askila. Askil comes from the word sekel, means to prosper, to be prudent, to be wise, right? To be prudent means the ability, when you're prudent, you have the ability to govern and discipline oneself by the use of reasoning. Right? To govern oneself. To govern means to exert, right? To exert, to put out a determining or guiding influence in or over. So a person that governs a people, I gotta be able to exert a determining or guiding influence. I gotta be able to influence you in serving God. By what? How do I influence people? My actions, my lifestyle, how I live, how I think, how I move. Now people, by the way that I move and the way I walk, like, example, Zachariah told me an example. He was in the store, person was jumping the line, doing something to an old lady. He jumped in the middle and stood up for her, and another guy noticed it, and he went to him and said, what? And asked him certain questions about his life and how he lived, and he was watching him. That's because of how you walk, how you live. So you'll be an example to other people, and they will, who it's for, they will inquire, because it ain't for everybody. It ain't for everybody. This is not for everybody. Most of the people will be condemned. But I will still tell them and look out for them and tell them, but God don't want everybody. Right? Right now, the ability to govern and discipline oneself by the use of reasoning. To govern, to exert a determining or guiding influence in or over. Right? And to behave myself wisely in a perfect way. Right? In a perfect way. What is a perfect way? What do you mean by a perfect way? Right? Now, tamim, meaning perfect, whole, complete, innocent, simple. Innocent and simple. Right? Who was innocent and simple? The only ones that was innocent and simple was Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve was simple. They didn't know the knowledge of evil. They only knew good. They didn't even know good. They didn't know good or evil. They didn't know nothing. They were just in a different mentality. They were just programmed one way and gave command. He said that tree of knowledge of good and evil that's in the midst of the garden, he said, don't eat from it and don't touch it. And the day that you eat from it, and the day that you touch it, he said, thou shalt surely die. Now, when they ate from that tree of knowledge of good and evil, They were open to general views. When you're open to general views, now you're able to decide whether or not, do or don't do, walk or don't walk, when they was only set up for one way. One way. But the reason why people say, why didn't God stop them when he knew? Because God don't force you to do nothing. He'll give you the command and you step back. And I want to see what you're going to do. Are you going to choose this? You're going to choose my law, or you're not going to choose my law? And this, and the book teaches us the way God dealt with his people is the way I deal with grown-ups, not children. Because the children don't have those decisions. They only make their own decisions when they get older. They become a man or a woman. Now you will see whether this child decides to serve God or not. But grown-ups, I give you the command, I show you the law, and I step back. Now I'm going to see what you're going to choose. Whether you're going to choose the gods that's on the other side of the floods, whether you're going to choose the gods and the idols of your parents that your parents showed you, or you're going to choose the living God, the creator of heaven and earth, the unseen one. The unseen one. The mysterious God. You can't see this God. Nobody can see this God. That's the God I serve. That's the God I serve. I serve a God that you can't see. I don't serve the gods that people got up on the wall. I don't serve gods that you can go in the store and buy them. I don't serve gods that people can take the replica or the image of them and put them on shirts and t-shirts. I don't serve that type of God.
Put them in cartoons.
He said, I am the God of the spirits of all flesh. So God is not a man or a woman. He's a spirit. He's a spirit. Well, God is a woman. What if God is a woman? Those are people that I don't like talking to.
Like, get away from
Oh man, God is a man. I don't want to talk to him.
Stay away from those people.
So if they have male angels, you can have female angels. Please go ahead. All the angels that I read about was a male figure, male characteristics.
Correct.
And when the angels appear to the righteous men, they never appeared as a woman. They came as a man. Fierce countenance. Fierce countenance, like the woman, like Samson's mother. The angel of God appeared to her and was instructing her what to do with Samson, what to eat. She went and told her husband, she said, an angel of God came to me and he was a fierce countenance. Terrible countenance.
He was ugly. He was serious and ugly. He looked cute.
Now, okay, he said, I will behave myself wisely in a perfect way. Oh, when wilt thou come unto me? He's asking God, when you going to pull up?
When you gonna pull up on him?
When you going to come to me, or come to me in visions or dreams? Come to me. He said, when?
Get some communication.
Right? Some type of communication. Because that's what these people really look towards.
Yeah.
They look towards having a communication with God. And when they didn't get that communication with God, when they was cut off from that communication, then they get desperate. It wasn't they self back then.
No, not they self.
They're not they self.
That's a bad team.
They're not they self.
That's how close they were.
That's how close they was. He said, oh, when thou come unto me, I will walk within my house with a perfect heart. Right? The word and the definition of walk, people think, oh, walk. I'm not literally just walking. No. When it says I will walk within my house with a perfect heart, it means to follow an established or accepted way of doing something. Everything that is established and accepted, we read about it in the book. We read about it here. That's it. If you don't read about it, then it's not an established way. If you don't read about it, then it's not an accepted way. And who it has to be accepted by? In order for it to be accepted by you, it has to be accepted by God first before I can accept it. Okay? Now, I said to follow a certain course or procedure, right? A perfect heart, a perfect mind, perfect thoughts. A perfect heart goes into a perfect mind, a perfect thought, a perfect way of thinking. Because iniquity, sin, comes where? To your head first. Comes here first. Comes here first. I gotta be able to eject those thoughts, eject those way of thinking. But the only way I'll be able to eject these ways of thinking, I have to strengthen myself in God, strengthen myself in the Creator. How do I strengthen myself in God? By adhering, by hearkening to His laws, by fulfilling His laws, His commandments, His statutes, and amending my ways to match God's ways. My ways got to be compared to God's ways. Okay? Now, he said, I will set no wicked thing before mine eyes. Right? To set means to make constitute. Right? To make constitute. Right? No wicked thing before mine eyes. I hate the work of them that turn aside. So there are certain things that we need to begin to make, to train ourselves to hate. People that turn away from God. I can hate the evil. I can hate wickedness. I can hate the things that, or a person, but God never said to hate the person. Never said. Understand that. He said, I hate the work of them that turn aside. Means I hate and I despise what you're doing. I don't like what you're doing. I don't hate you per se, but I hate what you're doing. Because what you're doing is against God. So I have to hate your actions. Hate the things that you're doing that is contrary and opposite to the Creator. Okay? He said, I hate the work of them that turn aside. It shall not cleave to me. It shall not cleave to me. To cleave means cling, means to have strong emotional attachment. This is all the ways of cleaving or joining or being attached to something. When you're emotionally attached. People is emotionally attached to materialistic things. People are emotionally attached to materialistic things to where certain things are not supposed to be in the house. And I have to go back to it. Okay? Nikes. Nikes is a Greek goddess. And it has a symbol, which is compared to a cross. It's the same as a cross. The same as a cross. So now, this is not my house. This is right now the head of the house here is my father, and after my father is Ema, my mother. So now my parents set a rule. No one comes in the house with Nikes. Because Nikes are compared, is the same as a cross. If I have knights in here, you might as well bring a cross in here. It's the symbol of a Greek goddess. And what got me, what pushed me to that is because the word cleave means to be attached. People become attached to the things that God hates and command us to stay away from, like images. Because these things mar and corrupt your spirit. These things mar and corrupt your spirit, and you're not going to have the understanding of God. You're not going to be able to understand nothing in this book if I keep doing things that God hates. In order for me to understand these things that I read, I have to make sure that I turn away from the things, turn away from evil, turn away from the things that God told us to stay away from. Because according to your actions and how you live is how God deals with you. So if my actions is holy and righteousness and I'm pushing towards God, He's going to increase and help me push in these laws. Just like if a person chooses to do wickedly and evil, He's not going to show you no righteousness. He's going to push you to do more wickedness. He's going to push you and put thoughts in the way you think is going to be towards evil and wickedness. And that's how God deals with the people. He's not going to give you what you're not about. I ain't about mercy and you want me to show you mercy. No, that's not how God deals. It's not how He deals. Okay, so, a froward heart. What is a froward heart? A froward heart, it says, lebab ichesh. Lebab is a heart. Lebab also is a mindset, a way of thinking, right? Ichesh is crooked, a crooked heart, crooked thinking, a crooked understanding. So now, what is crooked? When I looked up the definition of crooked, it means to be dishonest. So a crooked person is dishonest. What is dishonest? A person that lies. A liar is crooked, and a crooked is a liar. A person that's a crook, he's a liar. And a liar can be a crook because it coincides. It goes hand in hand. It coincides with each other. Right? You are crooked means you deviate from the things that is lawful and right by the Creator. That's a crooked person. When you deviate and turn away from the things that is lawful and right. So God look at you as a crooked person. And when you're a crooked person, it brings about crooked ways, crooked thoughts, crooked mind, a crooked heart. Right? And don't forget the word froward. Froward thoughts. Crooked thoughts separate from God. Froward thoughts separates you from God. It adds distance and space between you and the Creator. And there's a certain type of way of living that is ordained by God to gain His attention. 15 people in a room. And we all praying towards one thing for happiness. But out of all these 15 people that's praying, God look amongst all these 15 people, and He look and He see one that has the determination to serve God and keep His laws. He look amongst the 15 people, and I see one that will change. I see one that has a determining influence upon others and upon himself to serve God. He will hearken to that prayer because of one. So don't get it misconstrued. Oh, God hearkened to me. Hard to tell. Because if God hearkened to you and you really deeply felt that God hearkened and listened to you, it was showing your actions. It was showing your actions. It was showing the way you think. It will give you some type of boost to push towards holiness and righteousness of the Creator. You're going to start making demarcation and boundaries and lines that I ain't crossing no more upon yourself. Got to go back to Cain and Abel. God listens to the ones that are accepted of him. Accepted. In order for God to hearken to you, to your prayer, to your desires, you have to be accepted of him first. Which means there's a certain type of lifestyle that is required for God to hearken to you. There's a certain type of lifestyle that's required of God for him to hearken to you. What makes you? Come on, man. And this is why God did not accept Cain. And there was many years done past that God cut the communication off between him and Cain. Because he didn't take heed. Take heed means to improve. Take heed means to do good. He said, if thou doest good, you will be exalted. I will exalt you. I will pick you up if you do good. If you do better. If you do good, he said, I will pick you up. Well, oh, Israel, the people refuse to do better. We don't want to do better. We want to follow in the ordinance of the heathens. We want to follow the ordinance and the statutes of the nations. Was it ever a coincidence or something to think about? Did you, not me, because I thought about it, but did you think about why God separated Isaac from Ishmael? Think, man. Think. Why did God separate Ishmael from his brother Isaac? Yeah, Ishmael was the son of Hagar. The covenant was in Isaac. But think, it's deeper than that. Think, it's deeper than that. Right? Sarah said, get this man, Egyptian son, this son and this woman away from her. You know why she said that? Because he was mocking. But it's deeper than that. Ishmael had ways about him that God wanted to separate. He didn't want those ways around Isaac.
That's where the mocking came from. Wait.
The mocking came from what he had in him. And it showed that when you read. And when you associate yourself with certain people, it has an influence on yourself. And it has a negative reaction upon yourself. That's why the Most High came to Abraham after the death of Terah and told him, he said, get yourself away from your nativity, your family, your relatives, your kin. Only you had decided to serve this God. That's the utmost sacrifice that any person can do. Yes, I love my family. Family time. Enjoyment. But your family despise your God. Your family despise the Creator. Your family despise the only God that exists from before to now. A God. You know I laugh? Because what I'm about to say, look, I serve a God that has no beginning, and I serve a God that has no end. All these deities and gods, Egyptian gods, Christian gods, the Muslim gods, they have a beginning and they have an end.
They were born like man.
Who else
All those
would you
stories.
want to serve? Horus. He has a beginning and end, which is the Egyptian god. Apis, Egyptian god. He had all these gods has a beginning and an end. I serve a God that don't have that. I serve a God that was here before the earth was. I serve a God that was here before there was a sun, moon, and stars.
Before he created anything.
Before anything was created. That's the God I serve, man. That's the God I serve. All right? I serve a God that he makes anything possible. Anything. Anything is possible with this God. Anything is possible with this God. Anything. Where people write you off.
Yeah, man, will write you off.
The doctors give up.
Professionals give up. Physicians give
Your
up.
own family relatives. People come preparing you for death. But when you have faith in the God, God brings back. God flip it and turn everything around. Complete turn. Woo! To where I told the situation to my boss. He said, you know what he said? He didn't say, your father is strong. He didn't say he's a strong man. You know what he said? White man. That's a miracle. You know what the miracle he told me? This is a miracle from God. Miracle from God. And because of this miracle from God, that's what put some type of fire behind me.
Right.
Because I acknowledged that it was a miracle from the God. So therefore, if you witness that it was a miracle from God, then you will push and clean your ways to make it compatible to God's ways. We playing around with this God, man, and we playing with his laws. Nobody takes this serious. But I take it serious, man. I have to take it serious. I have no choice to take it serious. I'm in Psalms 101, verse 4.
A forward
heart shall depart from me. A crooked heart shall depart from me. Which means this is a decision between a person where he or she don't want to think this way no more. I don't want to begin to keep thinking this way. I don't want to be this way. I don't want to be this way. I want to be godly. I want to be one way with God. So when you had the desire to be one way with God, that will spark you to read. That's what sparked me to read. That's what sparked me to keep my head in this book, because I want to acquire the ways of God. I want to be accepted of God. And the only way to be accepted of God is to read this book. I don't care about being accepted by man. I don't care being accepted by a woman if they like me. But I do care if God accept me. Tom Sheep.
The forward heart shall depart from me. I will not know a wicked person.
I will not know a wicked person. In the Hebrew, it says, I will not know evil.
Period.
I will not know evil. So there is certain things that I need to close my ears about. I don't want to have the knowledge of certain things. And that was the position that Adam and Eve was in. They didn't know no evil. They was innocent, man. They was innocent. And do you know that's the only thing they did in their whole entire life when they went against the command of God by eating the tree of knowledge of good and evil? And even when they ate it, guess what? They still was upright and they had a conscience because they felt guilty about what they did, so they hid themselves. They knew they was wrong.
I'm not even supposed to know I'm naked.
They knew they was wrong, so they hid themselves.
They figured it out.
Understand, when you are wrong, don't be bodacious. Don't be courageous. Don't be wrong and strong. Show some type of guilt to where the guilt that I had for you for what I did, which was wrong, it calms me down and I ain't got nothing to say. I gotta pipe down. And the reason why we don't pipe down is because you don't think you're wrong. You're still in denial that you're wrong.
I mean, you're going to do it again.
You see the ways of God? You're not going to acquire and think this way if you don't read. Some people read and don't get it. Not everybody get it. Not everybody will get it because God deals with each and every individual according to how the person is. According to how you is. So I've been more. We need to be more on ourselves. I am more on myself than anybody else. All I do is chastise and rebuke and reprimand and show you where the sin goes, where sin lies at. I don't hate you for it. I hate what you did. And then I back off. Leave it to yourself. And I continue to be on myself. Because you can't make nobody do what you do. You can't make nobody do nothing that they don't want to do. Can't. Look at what we get angry at another person for. Look at that. Look at it. I mean, really think. Who do you think you are, man? Who? Who do we think we are? I can't make nobody do right. God gave us a choice. He said, choose. Choose. Good or evil. Life or death. He said, but choose life. Where is life? So that thou and thy seed may live. Where is life? Life is these laws, commandments, and statutes, and following and amending your ways. This is where you find life at. Right in this book. You're not going to find it nowhere else. Okay? Where we at? Oh, verse 5.
Verse 5. Whoso privately slandereth his neighbor.
The word for slander, it says loshoni. Lashon means a tongue, which means it has to do with what a person has said. Something you said, right? It says also to slander, right? I gotta be careful with what I speak about, okay? Check this out. Check this out and understand the ways of God. This is why I've been training myself not to speak ill or bad about you. If I feel some way about you, I'm going to come to you, Mick, and I'm going to say, yo, Mick, I'm not going to spread it all over the world. I'm going to go to him and tell him how I feel, and I'm going to tell him what it is. There's no wrong in that. But you know where the wrong and sin lie? When I don't go to him and I spread it abroad.
I hear it. It said that you
spread it abroad.
Okay?
Okay? Now listen to it. It said to speak about your neighbor in a negative way. That's why the book said, he said, take the course to thy neighbor, it may be not so. If you feel a certain way, go to your neighbor. It's probably not how what you're thinking.
They're not gonna do that. People don't listen.
Okay? Now, what is slander? Slander means to make false and damaging statements about your neighbor. The only way around this is to take the problem to your neighbor. That's it. Take the food out.
Yes.
Okay? And these are the things, the book teaches us how we should live. The things to do to live. Okay? He said, whoso privately slander his neighbor, him will I cut off. The word for cut off is zadeh mem yotav. Zamit means to destroy. Him will I destroy. And, okay? Him that had a high look and a proud heart will not I suffer. A high look, a proud heart, right? So now I'm going to get into the definition of a proud heart, right? And you can find the definition and the meaning of a proud person. You can stay where you at, but I'm going to go into Proverbs 6. Proverbs 6 gives you a good meaning of a proud man or a person that is proud. Okay? All right? Proud. Okay? Proud. Inordinate self-esteem.
Out of order.
Inordinate self-esteem. You esteem yourself too much. You esteem yourself when you begin to esteem yourself above God, above the laws and the commandments of God. When you begin to esteem yourself above your neighbor. Why? I say above your neighbor is because God gave us laws, gave the law to the king, told the king to write the law, a copy from the priest, so that his heart don't be lifted up above his neighbor, above the people. So by me reading this book, it's what's gonna keep me humble, keep me down. My head ain't gonna be in the crowds. Okay? Another definition of proud. Ostentatious display. You know, black people do that the best.
Everybody got to hear me and see me.
Black people do that the best. And that's why some people say, man, I wonder about our people. One thing you made a mistake of is calling them our people. It ain't my people. He said, my people shall hear my voice, a stranger will not follow. So my people is ones that live according to these laws.
That's your neighbor.
Okay? That's my people. And that's my neighbor. Now, ostentatious display. Ostentatious means attracting attention.
Oh.
We do things to attract attention to ourselves. Those are the actions of a proud man. When you do things to attract attention. That's why in the Apocrypha, he said, when a great man or when a man has given a feast, I don't have to let everybody know that I gave the feast. I don't got to let everybody know that I'm the one that did this. In the book, he said, take the back seat and let others praise you. I ain't got to push my chest out and say, I. No, you ain't got to do that because your actions are going to show anyway. Your actions are going to show. Let your actions talk for it. All right? Ostentatious display is when you're attracting attention to yourself. Boastful is a way of a proud man.
Right.
That's why God gave us and told us that if we want to boast, only boast on this, that you know and understand God. that you know and understand who God is. Boast on God if you want to boast on anything. That's the only thing we can boast on. Okay? Well, man, let's go back. Suffer. All right, mine eyes shall be upon the faithful of the land. Do we understand that? Mine eyes shall be upon the faithful of the land.
That's what good.
Whose
Yes.
eyes?
God's eyes.
Which means there's a certain type of person that attracts the attention of God. The faithful ones. And the word for faithful is ne'eman. Ne'eman means faithful. Okay? Now, when you look up the word faithful, again, faithful is also conscientious. Faithful is also to be established. Now, when you're established, you're set up on a firm or permanent basis. I'm set up on a firm and permanent basis. Number one, if I'm set up on this firm and permanent basis, nobody can turn me away from this. Nobody can turn me aside. How did I become this way? How can you become established or set up at a firm, permanent basis? That's the key. How can you get there? The only way to get there is by adhering and hearkening to God. Doing the things that you know to be right by God. I'm not going to be set up on a firm, permanent basis, sinning presumptuously, doing things and living contrary or opposite. I'm going to weaken my spirit towards this. I'm going to weaken myself towards this. Established also is when you gain full recognition or acceptance by God. He's established. He's set. Okay? Like I said before, again, Abraham was faithful to God. And because of his faithfulness with God, the Most High called him his friend. And because of his faithfulness with God, and God saw his faithfulness, he put him through certain tests and trials. The test and trial, one of them was to kill his only son. God told him to sacrifice and offer up his only son. He said, whom thou love. Abraham took his son, went to go offer him up to God. When Isaac is laid out and Abraham drew back his hand to kill him, the angel of God called his name and stopped him. Isaac didn't fight his father. That's honor. The book teaches you honor. Like this kid I was talking to on the job, he said he's having a conversation with his father, and they got into something that they did not agree with. So his father got mad and stood up on him, and the kid, the son, stood up too. And then he told his father, I ain't 13 no more, Dad. I ain't 13 no more, Dad. Which means, and the kid was ready to fight his father. It's not right. It's not right. My father put his hands on me, punched me in my head. And all I did was keep my head down with tears rolling out my eyes. I didn't stand up swinging.
Push your chest down.
I mean, I got a little angry, what should have been controlled, what needs to be controlled. We're not all the way right. I ain't all the way right. There comes certain times when I violate and I mess up. But the key is, do you acknowledge your violation? Are you going to continue in this perspective? Are you going to continue in this manner? So guess what? God give you a second chance. It's not, oh shoot, that's all. You ain't going to continue in that perspective. All right, let's go.
Verse 6.
Land, right? That they may dwell with me.
He that walketh in a perfect way, he shall serve me.
He that walketh in a perfect way. Only a certain type of people is going to serve this God. In order for you to serve this God, you have to be walking perfectly with God. We can be perfect. We can be perfect. Perfection, the way to perfection is not to sin presumptuously. The way to perfection is not to sin knowing that it's sin and you still do it. I can be perfect with God, but yet, like the book said, there's no man that sinneth not. Yes, I believe that too. But we don't have to sin presumptuously. And that's the mindset and that's the road that we all need to be on. Start doing the things that you know to be lawful and right by the Creator. Start doing the things that you know to be lawful and right by God, and don't let nothing interfere with that. Nothing. My children's feelings don't count. You understand what I'm telling you, man? My children's feelings cannot get in the way of me serving this God. This is not a cult. This is the way that God has ordained for man to live. And in return, the men pass it on down to their family, their wives, and their children. And when that gets broken, or when that person turns away from that, I have to correct it. Because if I don't correct it, then the anger of God will be kindled against the head of the house. So we got to understand that when things go down or happens within a household, wait, you don't have to do that now. There's no reason to do that now. Absolutely no reason. Absolutely no reason. But we let the adversary come in our head that quick. We hearken to him. So, he that worketh deceit shall not dwell within my house. So there's a certain type of person that God will accept. A deceitful man will not be accepted in the house of God. A person that tells lies or that deals with lies will not be accepted of God. I'm going to tell you the truth, whether you like it or not. Whether you like it or not, you'll know the truth. It's up to you to deal with it. Up to you to deal with it. Whether you like it or not. I don't have to lie to you. All you need is some courage. Courage. Be correct. Why I say courage means we have to be courageous in serving God. We have to be standing 10 toes down to serve this God, because we break the law considering the feelings of people. We break God's law whether we consider their feelings or we don't consider their feelings. I lied to you because I considered I don't want to hurt you. Or I stole from you because I didn't consider you. Okay? Now, he said, he that worketh deceit shall not dwell within my house. He that telleth lies shall not tarry in my sight. He that telleth lies shall not tarry. The word for tarry is yikum. Yeah, yikum. That word yikum means to be prepared, means to be firm. So he that telleth lies will not be prepared. He that telleth lies will not be firm. So we're going to go into those two words. Firm and prepared. When you are firm in God, and how do you get firm with God? By adhering to his laws, his commandments, his statutes. So when you are firm in God, you can resist the external forces that God don't accept. The external forces are the outside forces that influences you to do things contrary or do the things that is opposite to God. What is the outside force? Your celebrations, the way people think, the things that you do. We're going to go into the celebrations. I don't celebrate Thanksgiving. We don't celebrate Thanksgiving. But I decide to go around my family during Thanksgiving or during their festivities or during that time.
Right before.
You know your family is living one way.
You don't know.
And they're not waiting for the husband to say nothing. Guess who they wanted to say? They're waiting for you to say it. They're waiting for the person to say it, not you. I want to hear it from that person's mouth. You have to say it for it to have any effect. Then and only then will they understand and they will stop pushing their influences on you. But in order for you to do that, you got to make your mind up what God you want to serve. You got to choose. And when you choose, it brings actions. You got to choose, man. Choose. People celebrate things without knowing its nativity or its meaning, its origin. Learn the origin of things before you get into it. Thanksgiving has an origin. Christmas has an origin. New Year's has an origin. Birthdays has an origin. Birthdays is one of the highest holy days of warlocks and of diviners and people that do witchcraft. Birthdays, because it's a day of self-esteem. It's a day of self-praise. It's a day that a person exalts oneself. Everything that God says is opposite. God said, don't exalt yourself. Don't esteem yourself above me. But the opposite to that is evil, where the witch doctors and the warlocks and the diviners esteem oneself during that day. So all these days has an origin, and a meaning to it. Stay away from it, because we don't read it here. You don't read it in this book, so we gotta stay away from it tonight. Okay. Now, the definition of prepared, right? When you prepare yourself to serve the Creator, you basically have a solid, almost unyielding surface or structure that cannot be penetrated. When the person is prepared to serve God, his mind is made up. My mind is made up. My mind is made up. I can't make you make your mind up. My mind is made up. I can't make you have to make your own mind up.
Right.
So when a person's mind is made up versus a person's mind that's not made up, we are gonna clash. We're gonna clash because we have two people here. One mind is made up, one mind is not made up. So the person mind that's not made up is going to be doing things that is contrary and following things that is contrary to God, where the person mind is made up. He's going to shun that. He's going to shun that. He's going to be against the things that what the person mind that's made up, not made up, doing. I'm going to be against that, and we're going to clash.
Right.
That's why in the book it said, how can two walk together except they be agreed?
Right.
How in the world are we going to continue to walk together if we don't agree? How? In order for this to be as one, in order for this to be at peace, we gotta be one. You gotta agree with me. And keep pushing forward. It says, he that telleth lies shall not be firm, will not be prepared. So what makes you not prepared? What makes you not to be prepared to serve God, or what makes you not firm? When you're not firm means you're weak. Okay? What weakens you? Lies. 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 He said, I will early
destroy all the wicked of the land.
I will early destroy all the wicked of the land. You see this type of God? Are we acknowledging this type of God, man? God does not love wickedness. Once you are wicked, he's gonna destroy you. He's gonna erase you. You will be no more. He said that I may cut off all wicked doers from the city of the Lord. Okay? The word for wicked is aweng. I will cut off all that do it injustice or that do it evil. Aweng is injustice. When you're injustice means not just. Not just. It's not right. It's not right for God's sake. Why do you continue to do the things that you do when you know you're wrong? And when a person tell you that you're wrong and that you shouldn't do it, they get angry. Because you make your emotions get the best of you. Your anger get the best of you. I don't understand. We cannot allow our emotions to get the best of us. Okay, that's the end of that chapter. And I want to go to I think I'm going to go into Joshua 7. Let's go to Joshua 7. So I'm going to that again. Chapter 7. But before we go into Joshua 7, let's go to Psalms 106. Go to Psalms 106. No, I ain't going to go into Joshua. So let's go into Psalms 106.
Praise ye the Lord.
Oh,
give thanks unto the Lord, for he is good, for his mercy endureth forever.
Praise ye the Lord. Oh, give thanks. Oh, give thanks unto the Lord, for he is good, for his mercy endureth forever. Read.
Who can utter the mighty acts of the Lord?
Who can utter the mighty acts of God? Who can speak about the things that God done did? And then you use the things that God did as a booster to push you towards the things that is lawful and right by God. It's a reason, and I told my father yesterday, I said, it's a reason why you're going through this. And it's a reason why God allowed me to see this. Because guess what? This will only affect certain people.
sir.
This is not going to affect everybody.
No, no, sir.
This is not going to have an effect on everybody. And this is what we have to realize. Different effect for different people. What affect this person don't affect that person. What affect this guy here don't affect this one over here. Gotta realize that, man. Because we're dealing with a different minds. Each and every person have different mindset, different hearts. We're not the same. The only what makes us the same and what makes us one is this book. The adhering and the taking heed of God's laws. Then and only then we will be one. As a unison. As one. Tom Sheep.
Blessed are they that keep judgment.
Blessed are they that keep judgment, that observe judgment.
And he that doeth righteousness at all times.
He that doeth righteousness. He that doeth justice at all times. This is why I said it earlier, and I'm going to say it again. This mindset, we have to keep this mindset every day. We can't let this die out. This mindset, we have to keep this mindset continuously. Every day that I live on this earth, I have to acquire and keep this mindset. Tom Sheep, read.
Blessed are they that keep judgment, and he that doeth righteousness at all times. Remember me, O Lord, with the favor that thou bearest unto thy people.
He said, remember me, O God, with thy favor that thou bearest unto thy people. Unto thy people. You hear what that is? God favored the children, the sons of Jacob, man. God favored these people. And because God favored these people, he showed himself to them. He showed them certain things to spark them. Same thing what God did in the book. Why you think he said, I came down on this mountain so that I can put fear in you, so that my fear may be before your faces, that you sin not. You understand that, man?
That's what Moses told him.
You understand that? That's why God made the people. He said, listen, tomorrow, sanctify the people on the third day. Set boundaries around the mountain. Put the people here. Make sure they're here, because on the third day, I'm going to come down on this mountain, and I'm going to incinerate this mountain. My presence alone is going to incinerate the whole mountain range. And they heard that trumpet waxing louder and God's voice coming out the midst of that darkness, out the midst of that fire. Now, God wanted these people to see this so that it can instill some type of fear in them. I say that to say this. Certain things, like I said, certain things have an effect on certain people. Even in the book, when God came down on that mountain, certain people in the book, it did not affect them because they kept doubting God. They kept turning, they went and they made that golden calf. Stepped to Aaron, told him to make a golden calf, appointed captain, let's go back to Egypt. It still didn't have an effect. Only certain things have an effect on certain people. Tom Sheep.
That I may see the good of thy chosen, that I may rejoice in the gladness of thy nation. That I may by.
Oh yeah, I was wrong. He said that I may see the good of thy chosen ones, of the chosen, of the ones that I chose. That's why God did do certain things, so that we can make our mind up to serve God. And when it steps in stages, when you make your mind up to serve God and to push for God, now he exalts you and pick you up, and you become one of God's elected ones. My elect, my chosen ones, my pious one. He said that I may see the good of thy chosen, that I may rejoice in the gladness of thy nation. that I may glory with thine inheritance. That's the only way God is going to have any type of glory in this nation. First, we have to become chosen and accepted of God. So in order for us to be chosen and accepted of God, he caused you to see and witness certain things to instill fear in you. It's steps and stages, man. So when God had instilled fear in you to fear him, now you begin to push for God's law, and you can become chosen and elected of God. Now God will begin to have joy and gladness in a nation. That's right. That's right. Tom C, verse 6.
We have sinned with our fathers.
We have sinned. Give him a tissue. He said, we have sinned
with our
fathers. Acknowledgement. Acknowledge. Don't explain. There is no explanation. We have sinned with our fathers. We have sinned with our fathers. But the good thing about this, and what I love, is that these people always acknowledged when they was wrong. If they sinned, they gonna make it be known that, man, I sinned. I violated. I messed up. It wasn't wrong and strong. He said, we have sinned with our fathers.
We have committed iniquity.
We have done wickedly.
Our fathers understood not thy wonders in Egypt.
Our fathers understood not thy wonders in Egypt.
They remembered not the multitude of thy mercies.
They remembered not the multitude of thy mercies. Wow. He said, we have sinned with our fathers. We have committed iniquity. We have done wickedly. Acknowledgement. Acknowledge that you did wrong with God. Because when a person acknowledges, that's the only way you can do better. That's the only way you would do better. That's the only way you would improve. That's the only way you would do good, by acknowledging your faults. Then and only then, my faults will not be repeated, because I acknowledged that what I did was wrong. Okay? Our fathers, we have sinned with our fathers. We have committed iniquity. We have done wickedly. Our fathers understood not thy wonders in Egypt. They didn't discipline themselves. They didn't govern themselves according to their knowledge of what went down in Egypt. They seen everything that happened in Egypt, and God showed himself by the things that he did to Egypt, but they still didn't use that. They didn't acknowledge it. They didn't acknowledge it. It was like God didn't do nothing. It didn't have an effect on them. He said, they remember not the multitude of thy mercies, but provoked him at the sea, even at the Red Sea. Okay? They was rebellious. They rebelled against them at the Red Sea. They revolted because they was ready to turn back. They went at the sea. They started murmuring, oh, the Egyptians is upon us. We're at the Red Sea. And they started complaining and worrying. And until God put a darkness in between the children of Israel and the Egyptians, and Moses took that rod in his hand to split that sea. To split that sea. Nevertheless, he saved them for his name's sake. That's the only reason why God saved them. That's the only reason why God delivered them. For his name's sake. Because the people, the nations, would have threw dirt, would have talked bad about God.
Will look good.
So I saved them because of my name's sake.
They don't trash my name.
That tell you the mentality of God and the mentality of Moses, where it was alike.
Same thing.
Moses stepped in the way, went in the way, because God was going to definitely destroy these people when they made that golden calf. That golden calf was a deity or an idol that derived from Egypt. And God was going to destroy them. Moses stepped in the way, spoke to God, and turned his anger, turned his wrath away from the nation. And when Moses went down, he saw the calf. The people was made naked, dancing around this calf. He took the tablets and broke it. Because of what he saw. He said, our father understood not the wonders in Egypt. They remembered not the multitude of thy mercies, but provoked them at the sea, even at the Red Sea. Nevertheless, he saved them for his name's sake, that he might make his mighty powers to be known. He rebuked the Red Sea also, and it was dried up. So he led them through a depths as through the wilderness. That sea split. When that sea split, a whole nation was able to walk through that whole sea on dry ground on the opposite end. That didn't happen 1, 2, 3. It was like a whole journey. So for that, we don't know how long it took them to cross that sea. But they crossed that sea. And he saved them from the hand of him that hated him, and redeemed them from the hand of the enemy. And the waters covered their enemies, there was not one of them. Then believed they his words. They sang his praise. They soon forgot his works. They waited not for his counsels. After everything that God did, that quickly they done forgot what God did for them. How he delivered them from the hand of the Egyptians. That quick. He said, but lusted exceedingly in the wilderness and tempted God in the desert. Lustful desires. They're in the wilderness, but God took them through the wilderness to prove them whether you're going to serve the Most High or not. Because if you have decided to serve this God, they wouldn't have tempted him those 10 times.
Right.
They wouldn't have tempted him over and over about some water. Because if the Most High was able to deliver you out the hand of the Egyptians, guess what? Your mindset should have been, he could give us anything. He could do anything. Even though I'm in this wilderness, where there is no water, God will provide us some water wherever I'm at. And they didn't have that mindset. They didn't have that mindset. They didn't think that way. He said, and he gave them their requests. Gave them the request, but sent leanness into their souls. The word for leanness, right? Leanness means to cause them to incline towards their taste and desires. That's why they gorged the flesh in the wilderness. Because the Most High put leanness in them. The leanness is what caused them to be inclined towards their desires, their lustful desires. So that's why they was inclined towards the flesh. They gave them their own heart's lust. That's right.
And they envied Moses,
Moses.
also in the camp, and Aaron, the saint of the Lord. The earth opened.
It said, and they envied Moses also in the camp, and Aaron, the saint of God, the Holy One of God.
The earth opened and swallowed up Dagon, and covered the company of Abidon.
What happened with Dr. Dayton in the Bible? That was the time of the 250 princes. When they felt like going into certain services that wasn't of them. They wanted to step into the priestly service. And they didn't think too highly about their jobs. So the Most High in Numbers, he said, do you think what you do is light? He said, you bear the tabernacle, you do this, you do the other, you do this. He said, okay. He said, tomorrow you're going to know who God shall choose. Okay? He said, and the fire was kindled in their company. The flame burnt up.
The flame burnt up the wicked. They made a calf in Horeb.
They made a calf in Horeb.
And worshipped the molten
and
image.
Worshipped the molten image.
Thus they changed their glory into the similitude.
Thus they changed their glory into the similitude of an ox that eateth grass. A similitude is an image of an ox. They started worshiping this here. Now, what was the image of an ox? That was the Egel Maseka. That was the mask of a calf. That was what they started worshiping at the grounds of Mount Sinai. Read.
They forgot God, their Savior,
which had done great things in Egypt. Which had done great things in Egypt. Read.
Wondrous works in the land
They
of
forgot God. That's a key. That's why it was for them to use their experience and the things that they experienced in God, with God in Egypt. They couldn't. You can't forget those things. Certain things you cannot forget, because if you forget it, it will die, and then you're gonna revert back to your old self. I gotta use my experience as a booster to keep me pushing forward towards God. But what I notice is that this is just for a time. This is just for this time. Let's see if you still think this way a year later, 2 years later. Let's put some time in now. Let's see if I'm still thinking and moving this way a year and 2 and 3 or 5 years later. I'm still thinking that way. That's what God is talking about here. They done forgot the works of God and revert back to their own self. They turn back to their own self, who they really was. Read.
Therefore he said that he would destroy them. Had not Moses, his chosen,
What verse you at?
Verse 23.
Go back to 22.
Wondrous works in the land of Ham.
Wondrous works in the land of Ham.
Terrible things by the Red Sea.
Terrible things. I done did terrible things by the Red Sea. Read.
Therefore he said that he would destroy them. Had not Moses, his chosen, stood before him in the breach.
Had not Moses, his chosen, stood before his face. God, Moses stood right in front of him. He stood in the way. Read.
In the breach.
In the breach, in the opening. Which means what? I done got these people lined up. I got them lined up. I'm ready to strike.
You gotta open it.
Like you gotta aim. I got the aim, right? And you come and you got a clear shot. Moses came and stepped right in the way and blocked the shot. And turned the anger of God away from the nation of Israel. Because he will profane and desecrate your name. The nations are gonna desecrate your name. So certain things God couldn't do for his name's sake. For the sake of his name. Certain things God couldn't do. And guess what? Certain things we shouldn't be doing for the sake of the name of God. Because we got to uphold a certain type of conduct, certain type of behavior, certain ways. Because you're emanating and representing God. You're emanating and representing the Most High God. So, and when I act or do certain things, these people gonna curse your God and talk junk against your God. That's right.
To turn away his wrath, lest he should destroy them. Yea, they despise the pleasant land.
They despised the pleasant land.
They believed not his word.
They believed not his word.
But murmured in their tents.
They murmured in their tents.
And hearkened not unto the voice of the Lord.
Hearkened not to the voice of God.
Therefore he lifted up his hand against them, to overthrow them in the wilderness, to overthrow their seed also among the nations.
To overthrow them in the wilderness. And who else? To overthrow their seed also
among the nations.
You understand that, man? So when I'm living, when I'm doing wrong, when I'm doing things that is contrary or opposite to God, guess what? He go at my seed. He go at your own children. Why? Because of the sins of the fathers. It's riding the children, riding your son. So now God destroy you and he correct your children. What comes from you? Because he visit the sins of the fathers upon the children until the third and fourth generation of them that hate me. Right? Read.
To overthrow their seed also among the nations, and to scatter them in the lands. They joined themselves also unto Baal
They
Peor.
joined themselves also unto Baal Peor. To join, to bind oneself, to attach oneself to Baal Peor. The word Pa'al means the opening, the gap. Now the opening in the gap was concerning the woman's private part. Lord, it means Baal Peor means Lord of the opening, Lord of the woman's opening, which is her private part. I ain't gonna get into that right now, but it's a lot of abominations that go down with this deity. Okay? And ate the sacrifices of the dead. Sacrifices dedicated to idols or the dead. Also goes into funerals because they had food for the dead. Food that was dedicated to the dead. And you see people do that today. I went into a person's nightstand, a person's house. I look at the nightstand and I see a picture of a dead person upon the nightstand. Surrounding the pictures, candles. Then when you really look at it, in the middle, you have a glass of water and some food. It's a sacrifice of the dead. That picture ain't eating that. That picture and that image is not eating that. It's dead. It's dead. That's the sacrifice of the dead. Read. He said, thus they provoked him to anger with their inventions. When you look up the word for inventions, it means their actions, their doings. We provoke God with our actions and the things that we did that was contrary to the Most High, to the Creator. He said, and the plague break in upon them. The plague broke into the barriers because we broke our own barrier down. The plague was able to penetrate the nation of Israel because we broke down our own barrier. We took down our own defense wall. We broke down our defense. Our defense was supposed to be in God. We keep our defense up by hearkening to God. We turned against God. There is no more defense from God. So now the plague was able to come in. Okay? He said, then stood up Phinehas and executed judgment. Okay? The word for executed is palel. Wayi palel. You know what that means? It don't mean executed judgment. He said, then stood up Phinehas and intercede. He intercede to intervene on behalf of God. He took it to himself to put forth judgment on that dude, on this Israel, this dude that brought that Moabitess woman in the ranks of the camp in Lanewood. He interceded for God and killed both of them. He said, and that was counted unto him for righteousness unto all generations forever. They angered him also at the waters of strife, so that it went ill with Moses for their sakes. There is no water. But they're murmuring and complaining for water. So when Moses went to strike the rock, he did not sanctify the name of God, which caused him not to go and cross the Jordan to get into the land. Him and Aaron. Now, what he said, what he did by not sanctifying the name of God, affected his brother, Aaron. Aaron ain't said it. Aaron ain't said it. But these guys was as one. They were one person. God used those three people to deliver a whole nation. Moses, Aaron, and Miriam. They was as one. And that's why they felt so confident that they could speak against Moses. Because they knew that. But they was not better than Moses.
Right.
He said, this guy I speak to face. I don't speak to him in dreams or dark speeches. He said, I speak to him face to face, and the appearance of God did he behold. He said, you wasn't afraid to speak against my servant Moses? And when the glory of God departed, Miriam turned leprous. Miriam turned leprous. So, let's go. Verse 31. And that was counted to him for righteousness.
Unto all generations forevermore. They angered him also at the waters of strife. So that it went ill with Moses for their sakes. Because they provoked his spirit so that he spake.
Because they provoked his spirit.
So that he spake unadvisedly with his lips.
To provoke, it means to make bitter. They made his spirit bitter. They made Moses' spirit bitter for their sakes.
He was disgusted.
He
was disgusted.
What does that mean when I'm bitter with you? I'm bitter with you, man. Right now, you got me feeling real raunchy, real bitter with you because you failed to recognize. And because Moses was bitter, he spoke too quick. He spoke too quick. He spoke rashly. In other words, real quick. He spoke too quick and didn't sanctify the name of God, which caused him his life. He said, they did not destroy the nations concerning whom the Lord commanded them. We were supposed to wipe out all these nations that God told us to wipe out. And God knew that they wasn't going to wipe them out. Right? He knew that. But God has to make you choose. That's why he gave you the command and they step back and leave you alone to see what you're going to choose. Are you going to do his law or not? That's why the new covenant is that God is going to circumcise your heart. He's going to instill the law in you. Now, no more will you have a choice. You're not going to have a choice whether you want to do good or evil. I'm going to instill my law within you. And there ain't going to be any more adversary trying to cause man to go against God. Because he's going to lock him in towards the ends of the earth. But they did not destroy the nations concerning whom the Lord commanded them, but were mingled among the heathens. When we mingled, we became one with them. Became one with them. That was the beginning of a people losing their identity. That was the beginning of the nation losing our identity. Because we started to follow after these nations that God told us to separate ourselves. We begin to follow after the nations, after the nations that God told us and commanded us to destroy. Gave us commands, said don't follow after their ways, their customs, their traditions, their practices, their celebrations. Even goes into their celebrations, their special events. We had different celebrations. We had different special events. You want to have a party, have a weaning party, because Abraham had a weaning party. You want to have a party every month, observe the new moon, because we observe the new moon. God tells us what we can observe and what we shouldn't observe, what we need to stay away from and what we shouldn't stay away from. Mingled among the heathens and learned their works, and they served their idols. They served their idols. Azabehem. It means idols, and Azab also means mosaic. Their pictures, their images. Okay, which were a snare unto them. Your images is a trap. It will entrap you. Your images are snares. Your idols are snares. It will entrap you. It will trap you in. Okay? Now, it said, yeah, they sacrificed their sons and their daughters to devils. They used to take, these people here, they was something else. They was able to take their children and sacrifice them to deities and devils. And why they did it is to show their allegiance to this devil or to deities or to fake gods. So they show their allegiance by doing this. He said, and shed innocent blood, even the blood of their sons and of their daughters, whom they sacrificed unto the idols of Canaan. And the land was polluted. The land was defiled. The land was profane. We defiled the land. We profaned the land. He said, thus were they defiled with their own works and went a-whoring with their own inventions, with their own actions, went a-whoring with their own doings. Therefore, would the wrath of the Lord kindle against his people, insomuch that he abhorred his own possession. There came a point in time where God hated his own inheritance, where God hated his own possession. Who is the inheritance of God? Israel. And when a God give you orders, commandments, and statutes and laws to follow and do, and you go against those things, you think God is going to continue to love you, and you're going against his very same law and commands that he ordered you to do? No. Because at that point in time, when we go against God, he's going to begin to hate us. That would be the beginning of the God hating us and despising us. And thus were they defiled with their own works and went a-whoring with their own inventions. Therefore was the wrath of the Lord kindled against his people, insomuch that he abhorred his own inheritance. And he gave them into the hands of the nations. It says heathens. But every time when I looked it up, when you look up heathen, it says goyim. Goyim means nations. God gave us into the hands of nations. Made us succumb and be under another nation, different nations. All nations done had a piece of us. So we were slaves to the nations. Why? Because we turned God against us with our actions. That was contrary. Okay? And they that hated them ruled over them. Yeah, they hated us. And they tell you they hate you in a minute. Mm-hmm. Some of them come in and will get off our land. And you don't get off your land, get off that land, and they're going to start pressing you. They're real bold with it. But it's only the prophecy of God. It was only the prophecy of God and why this happened and why it went down. He said their enemies also oppressed them, and they were brought into subjection under their hand. Many times did he deliver them, but they provoked him with their counsels. They provoked him with his advice. They provoked him with their purpose, the reason for which something is done, and were brought low for their iniquity. Okay? Now, what they mean by low? The word for low is mem 43 mem makak mem kaf sophie, right? You know what it means? Brought them low for their iniquity. When God said he brought you low, to cause them to sink, to cause them to fall morally. You will begin to drop in your morals, humiliated, degenerate, lost. We lost the mental, moral qualities considered normal and desired, showing evidence of decline in mental and moral strength. Showing evidence of declining in your mental and moral strength. That's when God had brought you low, right? To humiliate means to make someone feel ashamed by injuring their dignity or self-respect. That's why Samuel prayed with Saul, so he won't feel humiliated before the people. Okay? He said, nevertheless, he regarded their affliction when he heard their cry. See that? God felt sorry for them and regarded their affliction when he heard their cry. And he remembered for them his covenant and repented. And repented according to the multitude of mercies. Nakam means condolence. Showed sympathy, especially on the occasion of death. Where I'm supposed to be putting you to death, I'm supposed to be killing you, but I show a little sympathy, and I don't put you to death. Right? He said he made them also to be pitied of all those that carried them captives. Save us, O Lord our God, and gather us from among the heathens to give thanks to thy holy name and to triumph in thy praises. Blessed be the Lord God of Israel. And with that, I already got what was bought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
And I'm going to call up the next speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Mikhail Ben Love.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, Father Isaac, God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my father, my teacher, and the leader, Chief Eliashah Ben Dodo. Giving all due respect to Prince and Chief and mothers of Israel. Brothers and sisters, I bid you on the tongue of our forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom to God.
Okay. I'm going to the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 24.
Deuteronomy chapter 24.
23, start with 23. Deuteronomy chapter 23.
Deuteronomy chapter 23. He that is wounded in the stones, or had his private member cut off, shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord.
He that is wounded in the stones, or have his private member cut off. You can get wounded in it. Some people born with it wounded. Some people, you get hit with an arrow back then. Today, you get shot, and you get hurt down there, wounded. And what to get cut off was meant that you were a slave and made a eunuch. And that's what they did back then. And God said, he that is wounded in the stones or have his private member cut off, shall not enter the congregation of the Lord. That's a physical description to be able to enter into the congregation of the Lord. Now, the congregation of the Lord, you know who that is? Everybody that came out of Egypt. Everyone that came out of Egypt, that generation.
That's
The ones that went into the land of Israel, that wasn't the congregation of the Lord. That was the nation of Israel.
Right.
It was bigger than the congregation. But those ones that was in there, so now, in order to be down with them, your stones have to be intact. That's the testes, right? And your member has to be intact. You say a bastard. Now, a bastard is one who was born out of wedlock,
right?
whoredom, incest, and rape. Okay? If I have a child, and the child is mine, I had a wife and I had that child through wedlock. Okay? It's not incest, rape, or through whoredom. But I wasn't around.
Right.
Or I'm away. I got put away for a long time. That child is not a bastard. What makes a bastard, see, what you were saying earlier, people make up their own definitions. Like you said, you asked the dude, what is a good man? God in here tell you, it's right in here, talk about a good man, a good wife, and good children. And it says how they serve, how them staying in their positions and how they serve God. So everybody has their own definition of what a bastard is. Okay? But God told us this is what a bastard is. It's not a child that has a father but he's not around, or I grew up without a father. You're not a bastard. You're just making an excuse. Bastard is, I have a father but he's dead.
Right.
You had a father and he didn't make you illegitimately.
Yeah.
So you're not a bastard. That's what makes the bastard.
That's right.
Illegitimately. Meaning, I'm sleeping with this girl, I'm sleeping with that girl. I got my main one here. And I get 2 of them pregnant. They're not married to me. They don't even live with me. Okay? For me to say, well, look, y'all moving here with me, and I got you here. This is my house, and now you want the house. None of that. They live where they at. I live where I'm at. We're not married. So that's for them. And I have a child out of that situation. That child, unfortunately, is a bastard. We have to watch how we make our children. Yeah.
That's right.
Incest. You know what that means? You going there to the next of kin, family, blood family, and have this child. Of course, you know it's going to be a bad. There's something got to be wrong with that child, an incest child, right? And rape.
Yeah.
You don't know who the child is. You don't know who the dude raped them. You took it by force.
That's right.
Which is against God's rules. You can't do that. We didn't even rape the woman of the foreigners that we overcame in battle.
No.
We didn't do that.
No.
So any child that comes from these situations is a bastard. Now that you got the bastard, you know what the bastard is. It says he shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. He can't come. From that time, that was set. The time was set from when God told Moses in the land, right? Even to his 10th generation shall he not enter into the congregation of the Lord. 10 generations down, he still can't come in. Meaning he can't come in, period.
That's right.
What is the origin of a lot of babies that's being born today? What is the origin? Most of them, I'm going to tell you the truth, they're being born out of order.
That's right. Out of wedlock.
Out of wedlock.
Not sanctioned by the Lord.
You're not married. I didn't marry this woman. I have to marry her. Whatever. No. If you say, hey, I go by this book. I go by everything in this book. Okay. then if she's in my house, right?
Right.
I run it. She's my wife.
Mm-hmm.
That's an automatic thing. Now, in order for it to be recognized legally in this world, you go downtown and get the paperwork. But best believe it, I never went and got that paperwork. You in my house. You're going to do this commandments.
Right.
You're my wife.
That's right.
I take care of you. I'm doing all the duties as a husband, and you're going to be doing all the duties as a woman.
Right.
Now, if it don't work out, and I take it upon myself to say, hey, get this paper, whether I spell words right or not. Did it say that in the book?
No.
Did it say it must be proofreading by the, before he write it out? He got to take it to the priest so the priest could make sure. No, he write it and hand it to her. And what he do was the main thing. Send the house. Because that is the divorce. This is the documentation that I got you, that I sent you out of here. That's why I can't come back snipping after you. You became somebody else's husband.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't do what you could. I can't go back there and bring you back here. I already let you go. There was a time period for that. Nobody snatched you up after I let you go. I can take you back. I could bring her back, right or wrong.
That's right.
That's why he said you can't go back after the latter husband dropped.
Uh-huh.
So it all depends on how well do you believe these commandments when you read it. The man and the woman.
That's right.
Right or wrong.
Uh-huh.
Seriously. Don't stop playing games with this marriage stuff. What are you doing? So if I send her out, that means I firmly believe this is a divorce. You're gone. But I have to have my house to do it. She has to be in my house to do it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's to go down.
That's right.
Now, on her end, she got to keep that paper.
That's right.
The same way the virgin keep the tokens of her virginity.
Right.
That's the sheet. The simlot is on her simlot, on her robe, and it's on the sheet.
Right.
That is the tokens. That is the signs. This is the evidence that she was a virgin. When you went into her, brother,
right.
And you can't go around, oh man, but she was a hoe. That's what a lot of brothers do today. But she wasn't no virgin. She was a hoe. So I went into her.
That's right.
You're not supposed to. Now you disdain her for being a hoe. You didn't disdain her when you was with her.
Yeah.
That's the problem with the men. And you want to put them down. And but then when nobody's looking, that's who you go to.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you like.
That's
and
right.
then you don't like or go to for the purpose of, yo, man, let's hold on with everything and get to know each other first.
Yeah.
And let me see if you're worthy of me showing you this. Then we can have one. Then we can go through this. And come on, man.
That's right.
Chief always said one thing to me. You can't come down on the woman 100% because it starts with you, the man. It starts with the man and ends with the man because God gave him full control.
That's right.
He said, I should tell Abraham because he commands his household after him. You know what that means? Everybody that live in my house gonna do the same thing. Everybody gonna do what I'm doing. There's nobody gonna be living here doing anything different. That's the problem in houses. That's the problem in heathen houses. You know that? Even in the heathen house, everybody is going their separate way.
Mm-hmm.
They eat at the table, but when they get up, this one still go to church. This one don't believe in the church. He became Muslim. This one became this. This one is just regular.
That's right.
That's how it is in a regular house in the world. And Israelites have that same house when it's not commanded by the Lord.
Yeah.
So all these things come up, bastards. Now you have bastards in your house. It said, I read somewhere else where it said, a bastard shall not be established by the Lord. That's ooh. There's a lot of bastards in Israel. A lot of secrets, scandals, right or wrong.
That's right.
A lot of children were not born under wedlock. A lot of them was not born when the man and the woman was married. Okay? A lot of them were born out of incest. A lot of them was born. A woman told me, an Israelite said, oh, she talking about her father. Look, her father's an Israelite. Okay? And she said, yo, you know what he did to her? She said, I'm never gonna be good. She said, I know I'm a bastard because my father raped my mother. And that's how they had me. I said, wow. So it's like, it goes along with what God said, a bastard shall not enter. And the bastard himself know that certain things ain't for them.
Right.
Ain't that something?
Mm-hmm.
Thomas Street. 3.
Yeah. He that a bastard shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord, even to his 10th generation. Shall he not enter into the congregation of the Lord? An Ammonite or a Moabite shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. Even to their 10th generation shall they not enter into the congregation of the Lord forever. Because they met you not with bread and with water in the way, when they came forth out of Egypt. And because they hired against thee Balaam the son of Beor of Pethor of Mesopotamia to curse thee. Nevertheless, the Lord thy God.
These two guys here, all right? See, this is not anybody can sign up. Not everybody can join and serve God.
Right.
The God does not want the whole world. Certain people are born and live a life of wickedness to the point where God is like, oh no, stay over there. And that's most of the world. So there's restrictions for a certain type of people to serve him. If he says, I'm a holy God, he just can't have anybody serve. He's not going to answer everybody's prayer.
Right.
It's not going to happen. The being, the one he said, holy beings praise thee daily.
Right.
So the one that has been separated, that is holy, God will listen to. The one that is pious and right, God will listen to.
Right.
The one that God sees is struggling to be right, and he want to be right, and he fight himself, not people. He fight himself, regardless of what is said and what is done. He accepted. When he's wrong, he'd be like, "Oh, you know what? Yeah, you're right. I was wrong." He overrides because that's something that you have to override. All of us naturally are never wrong. That's like everybody in jail. Everybody in jail is innocent. So if everybody in jail is innocent, where the lawsuits at? So everybody feels that they have a right to something, but you're not. That's the wickedness that's in us that kicks up in you. That's all that is. So an Ammonite and a Moabite, these guys came out of Lot, through way of incest. His daughters, he had 2 daughters that survived with him the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. His wife, Lot's wife, she turned around and got frozen into a pillar of salt. And so it's Lot and his 2 daughters. They up in the mountain somewhere. It looked like the whole world has been destroyed. It's fire and brimstone. It's raining fire. Okay? Like all the volcanoes blew up in the world. It's going to be fire and lava all over the place. So I said, look, man, in their head, and I could say what was in their head because they said it. They said, God, we gotta fulfill the earth. To them, they think they was the only ones on the planet alive. For them to say that. They said, look, we gotta go into our father, get him drunk. Because in his right mind, he ain't gonna do that. And they got him drunk. One went into him, got conceived. The other one took a turn, did the same thing. You had Moab and Ammon. One had Moab, she named him Moab, another one Ammon. And this way you got these 2 tribes of people out. And God said not to let them in either. Even to their 10th generation, they cannot enter into the congregation of the Lord forever. Forever. But if the congregation of the Lord don't exist no more, see, this thing was set up to be forever. That's why God spoke like this. they can't come into the congregation of the Lord because after you guys die, the next generation is going to be the congregation of the Lord. But it didn't go like that. They messed that up. They messed that up. So now, an Ammonite and a Moabite could serve God. Uriah the Hittite served God. He was a Canaanite. And they were sentenced to die by God's mouth, by God's words. Because he told the Israelites, when y'all get to this land, kill all of them. Don't marry into them. Utterly destroy them. But the Israelites messed up, and in their violations made God say, okay, so you know what? I'm gonna leave them. I'm gonna leave them around. Don't kill them now. Leave them. They serving a purpose now. Now God said, don't kill the Canaanites. Since you want to go against my command, leave them alive. Now they're going to be here to prove you. Their stuff is going to be more powerful than yours. They're going to get more money than you. Everything about them is going to be attractive and appealing to you. You're going to want to join up. You're going to want to know how they serve their God, why they do. You're going to go to them with how they serve their gods. And that's because you didn't kill them when I told you to. So all of this stuff got thrown off course. That's why later on, you had guys like Uriah the Hittite. A Hittite. But he served God. He served God. Job, most of the guys that wasn't out the line of Israelites, of Israel, of Yaakov, they served God. That's why God said, the stranger that sojourn among you, that travel with you, that live with you, that dwell among you, that come to serve God, you can't vex him.
That's right.
The things that you could do to the alien, you can't do to the stranger.
That's right.
Because he came to serve, he came up. The only reason why he around you is to get to me.
Mm-hmm.
So leave him alone. Because you discourage him, you vex him of treatment. You was talking about treatment, right?
Right.
Actions and treatment towards the stranger is going to make him leave.
That's right.
You can make a family member feel like a stranger.
That's right.
You ain't got to have nobody. Ain't nobody coming in here that's from Hoopoo land. We do that with each other.
Yeah.
We alienate, estrange, or everything you was
One
talking
another.
about. I was sitting down saying, man, we do that to each other. Quick, without evidence, with no witness, no proof. I just assume.
Yeah.
Because I always got a little nick right here in my heart for you. So the first thing is, come on, we do that to each other. Look. And when the stranger comes, we treat the stranger better.
Yeah.
We're backwards. We ain't those people. We were people that claimed them and got to fit in the slot because they did the stranger good. Like God said, it ain't go out there looking for the stranger.
Right.
The stranger comes here.
That's right.
Now you can feed that one. Now you can look out for them. Not go out there looking for them. Forget them. They don't care about themselves. They don't care about their mothers. They don't care about their fathers. What make you think they care about what you do for them? You're supposed to do it. I'm the homeless. Every day. You know what this means? You're supposed to give me. No, I'm not giving nobody nothing. I don't even hold doors for nobody. I don't do nothing for the heathen. Okay? I had business that I take care of. After that, that's it. That's it. And I make it known when I'm taking care of business. You have to make statements sometimes so people can understand where you stand and what side you on. And that you and me are not the same. And we don't serve the same God. That's what you got to tell people. You say, no, you and me, we have the same God. It's the same. No, it's not the same God. No, it's not. No, it's not. I said, you have bald head. My God say no bald head. Because you know a lot of them foreigners, they don't know English. So you got to talk to them the way they talk. And I show by example. I said, my God said no bald head. You eat that. My God said not to eat that. My God, your God, no. Not the same. Will never be the same.
Right.
Me and you are not the same. How could my God and your God be the same? That's a game. That's that stuff. It's Epiphanies wanted to do. Everybody be under one consent. Nebuchadnezzar tried it too. I want everybody bow down to this God when they pull up. Every king, ancient king that held the rule of the world wanted everybody in the world under one consent. It wasn't just one king that did it.
Right.
There is no, the only thing, all right, I'll put it to you like this. This whole world will never unite to serve God.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to be that way.
It's not gonna be that way.
It's not in the records for how all the events that went down from the beginning of Adam and Eve. It's not meant for everybody to serve God. Everybody don't be in the joint. Can everybody join the Boy Scouts?
No.
And that's the Boy Scouts. What makes you think everybody could serve this holy God? And he said, holy beings praise me daily. I'm only prayed to from people who have separated themselves and not only recognize what they say and do. The mercy only goes to them.
Facts.
You want mercy, you got to exercise it here with each other in order to get some. Because we're wicked. We're wicked. And he reserves some of it for wicked people. It's called pity. But the real mercies go to the ones over there that serve him. That's who get it. Because that's who went through a lot of things in their life. Hardships, griefs and sorrows, debts upon debts, and they still held their integrity like Job and God. Today, you have people, oh man, yeah, I used to be an Israelite, man and woman, and they have a reason why they don't do it no more. You know what the reason is? You know what the reason is? Something scandalous that went down in this camp. Oh, I don't get along with this person. Well, one dude said, everywhere I go is something I don't get to do, but you violate everything that God said. So you got people that don't go nowhere. And after a while, they wound up going to Coney Island on Shabbat. Put it like that. I told someone one time, I said, look, a lot of times people meet people and it's not even for them to be together. That was your opportunity. That was your opportunity to hold on to this. This was the whole real reason why we met. Because the thing that kept us together was this. And if you want to break, boom, for whatever petty little worldly reason that you still ain't get up off of, you're not going to hold on to this. You're not.
No.
Because you wasn't born with it. It was brought to you. It was introduced to you.
Right.
You wasn't looking for it.
Right.
So when you leave, that's it. I'm going to keep doing this. You not. So we're not going to ever be close to where we was because this was what had us close. I never got close to you if you didn't stop doing certain things. I couldn't get close to you. And oh, no, but you know what? Every Israelites and heathens, people who used to be Israel, everybody, you know what they said? They do this. God knows what's in my heart. That's a weak excuse. So you can't let them in. Most of the people that was doing this are out there. They're not doing this no more. And you got some people now, they look like that's where they headed to. Stubbornness. That's what does it. And they didn't meet them with bread and water, the meal, the dinner, the breakfast, the snack, whatever you want to call it, that's a meal. They didn't get welcomed. All we wanted to do was pass through. He said, man, you can't come through here. You can't come through here. Matter of fact, they came out with swords. Matter of fact, they hired against you a diviner, one that cursed, a person who puts curses on people.
Right.
Okay? That's what he does. He don't put blessings. Those blessings he's pronounced, God made him do that. This dude goes around cursing people. All right. And he had a school, a college of teaching other people how to curse people.
Mm-hmm.
He said, so he went to that guy and hired him like you hire a hitman, like you hire a Uber.
Right.
Yo, listen, man. It's 10 grand. That guy there, I want him taken care of. That's how they do it now. People don't be getting shot for nothing.
No.
Oh man, somebody just walked up to her and shot her. Nobody know who did it.
Yep.
That was a hired hit. That's what God told them. You had a hired hitter against you. You didn't know. You didn't even know that this was going down. They hired Balaam to curse you. Nevertheless, the Lord thy God would not hearken unto Balaam. So see, in that world, whatever goes down, it has to pass God first.
Right. If God would allow it to
I
happen.
don't care how good he is with this and that. That's what I told that dude on the John. Man, listen, man. El Shaddai El Gibor. Nothing you can do. You ain't sending nothing to me 3 a.m. And on top of that, I'm defending my mother. Because what he was doing was harmful and offensive. Because remember her ears. He was popping you, standing there, blowing up balloons and popping them and popping them. I said, yo, brother, could you please go over there and do that? He got real. Hey, none of that stuff work unless God allow it. That's it. Whether the person is wrong or not, it got to go through God. That's what people don't understand. I don't care how powerful he is. And man, get out of here, man. Oh, but you're going to say something that ain't going to work. Ain't going to do nothing. It ain't going to do nothing. I can't give credit to anyone but God. That's glorifying and being fearful. God said, I only fear him. Am I right or wrong?
That's right.
He said, fear me and your mother and your father. Right or wrong?
That's right.
He didn't say fear anything
He
else.
said,
I don't hear him say, I don't know where in his book he said fear anything else.
Nope.
We only supposed to be scared of God and our mother and our father. That's it. That's why these people was the way they was. You got to kill them to violate. The man had to force himself to violate. Saul.
That's right.
He had to leave that man alone. Nobody has to force themselves to violate. You have to force yourself to stop yourself from violating. Backwards, we're not these people. We got to read, and it's going to take a lifetime. You're going to die doing this. We got to die doing this. There's not nothing that's going to be complete because it's too much. We around stuff that they wasn't around.
Mm.
They said certain activities of these days didn't exist back then.
Right.
Time sheet.
Because they met you not with bread and with water in the way which ye came forth out of Egypt. And because they hired against thee Balaam the son of Beor, Petor, and Mesopotamia to curse thee. Nevertheless, the Lord thy God will not hearken to Balaam. But the Lord thy God turned the curse into a blessing unto thee, because the Lord thy God loved thee.
Because he loved him. I loved Israel. I wasn't mad at Israel. Israel, they say he had no iniquity. Man. At that time, when that was going on, Israel was behaved before God in his commandments and his ways. God said, man, I'm looking amongst them, man. You know what he was doing? He was scanning. He was scanning. And he didn't see no iniquity. There was nothing in their houses that was abominable. Nothing in their hearts that was against God. Then nobody said, yo, man, there's no way I can allow this curse to go through. Because if God didn't stop it, it was going.
That's right. Most High is stepping away.
But this was a special situation. Balaam said, I got to go talk to God about this before I do anything. Before I light a candle, do no do whatever, I got to speak to God upon this matter. Because of the people who you want me to curse, they are blessed by God. They're covered. So I can't come at them anyway.
Right.
So you got to give me a minute and let me go speak to God first. No soothsayer does that. They go do their thing. If it work, it work. If it don't, it don't. He's the only one that said, let me go speak to God.
And let me tell you something else too. Whatever God tells me to say, I have to say it. Do you understand? I have to say whatever God tells me to say. Oh no, well, come over here and maybe man, you're not listening. You don't understand. He did it again. He blessed the people again. He said, yo, the Moabite king, Balak, he said, man, I bring you out here to curse these people, and you bless them again 10 times more, 7 times more. He said, man, yo, man, I told you already. That's why I know people don't listen. I told you it's not gonna work. Has anybody ever told you that? Nah, man, this plan is not gonna work. Oh man, now it's gonna work. Don't worry about it. Come on, let's go. You go, and the plan blow up in everybody's face. That's what happened. He said, man, before that, let me go and speak to the Lord. The Lord said, them, those are my people. I'm gonna tell you, you go ahead with them, since you really want that silver so much. All right, go with them, but I'm gonna still tell you what to say. So it wasn't a surprise. It shouldn't have been a surprise. The man already said, I can only say what God said. So he already explained to you he prophesied to the king about his own people. He said, you down in Moab, later on, this is gonna happen to you, your king. Then he looked, Kenites. He said, you're gonna go down, you're gonna stay with Israel until the time of Assyria, until Asher come and take you captive. He wasn't just blessing Israel.
Right.
He went as far as talking about the Greeks. Numbers 25. Balaam. Most High made him speak about them. He spoke about Babylon. He spoke about the Greeks. He spoke about the Assyrians. He spoke about the Moabite kings down the line, the Kenites down the line he was hitting. And that established the way how the ancient world was ran from that moment on. According to Israel being innocent. Because he said, yo, they got no iniquity. So look. Since you brought me here to curse them, God got another plan. You get cursed. This one get cursed. This one got, everybody else got hit. Then he turned back to Israel the last time and he said, a star, a scepter, meaning a special man, a special person is going to come out of these special people. We're going to have a track star come out of one that's unusual. And that was King David he was talking about. Because that's the kingship was established in David, not in Saul.
Right.
It was established with David. And the Most High, why? Because the Most High said, look, from here on in, every king that come out of your loins, if they walk in your footsteps and do the things you do, he said, I will be with them the same way I'm going to be with you. And the throne will be sat on forever. That's why we be saying that if they would follow God's commandments, there would still be kings in Jerusalem sitting on the throne right now.
That's right.
Right now. It won't be too much of how everything is now.
Right
It'll
now.
be different.
It'll be different.
It'll be different. Things will be very different. Because you got different governments, and that would have been a holy government, the only holy government.
That's right.
Not democracy or what's the other one? You got democracy, you got Democrats, you got Republican, all that stuff out the window. Conservatism, all that stuff, bringing coalitions that God speak against. All right. Let's just say that. And that moment in time with Balaam was a lot. A lot of people's futures was predicted. So after that, he said,
Thou shalt not seek their peace nor their prosperity.
You don't want peace with them. Ain't shalom. That's
all thy days.
My Ima, she said straight up, ain't shalom right now. Ain't no peace, because shalom means peace.
That's right.
So you can't come to me about, shalom, peace. Nah, it's no peace. It's no peace here right now. We got something to settle, brother or sister. Ain't shalom. God don't want peace with them.
Mm-hmm.
He don't want you cool with them. He wants you to be against them, against their lives, against what they stand for. That's hate. That's hate. He wants you to hate them because they hated you. They hated you bad enough to want to curse you. He said, don't seek their prosperity. What is their prosperity? What's the word for in the Hebrew for that? I want to make sure it's the right one.
That should not seek their peace, nor their prosperity. Verse 6. V'lo abba Yehovah Eloheka Shem or El Ba'am. It's different.
It's different, right?
Wait, hold up. Okay, that is. Lo Tirosh Shaloma with Tobatam.
So about time.
Tobatam, I think it's their good, their prosperity.
Their prosperity.
Same thing.
So I don't want to know how your family doing. Oh man, what's your welfare? How you, all that we don't care about. See, goes right along with what Shama said earlier. You gotta watch who you feel sorry for, you feel pity for, you give mercy to, you feed, you give money to, you eat, you cry for. Yeah,
Yeah,
you can't
told.
do that for everybody.
Root word is told. They're
Told,
good. The good of
They're
the people.
good
Don't
of
seek
their
the good of
people,
them.
their welfare.
Welfare.
How are
Right.
they doing? You don't seem to be cool with them, and you're worried about them. Hey man, how's your wife? How's your son? Everybody good? They don't get that. They don't get that treatment. God don't want you to care about them. How about that?
Right.
That's what it means. He don't want you to care about them. Okay? All thy days forever. He said, man, don't get down with Ammon and Moab. Ever. I don't want none of them over here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want them serving me. I don't want them with you serving me. Keep them away from here. Because they did not meet you with breath. They didn't do nothing to God. Hold on, wait a minute. They didn't do nothing to God. Did they curse God?
Mm.
Did they do anything to offend God? No, but it was the people. It was God's people. If you my people, you ain't gotta offend me. You offend him, you offend me.
Right.
Because that's my people. And that's how God get there. Man, because I see how he went there with you, man. They ain't feed you. Wait a minute, hold on. You can't blame God. He just finished pulverizing a whole nation for these people. So yeah, you word, you ain't feed my man. You ain't hold my brother down. Yo, but how me and you cool and you ain't held my brother down? I don't understand that.
Right.
How you gonna be cool with me and not be cool with him? When I pull up, it's a problem. But you cool with all my brothers. I'll beat fire out you. Get out of here. You can't come around here and do that. That's with anybody.
Mm-hmm.
It said, thou shalt not abhor
verse
Edomite. Verse
Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite. For he is thy
That's
brother.
your brother. God said, look, that's your brother, man. You can't abhor him. Abhor means to hate, to loathe, to isolate.
No matter what he did to you when you left out of
You
Egypt.
leave that alone, man.
He said, don't hate him. He's your brother.
God told
God will
Abraham.
handle that.
God told Abraham they was going to go through that. God does things so certain things can happen. You understand me?
Mm-hmm.
He told Abraham over 400 years ago. He said, what's the horror that he saw? He said he saw horror. He didn't see demons. No, he saw the future. God showed him what those people going to be going through and why they going to cry to him like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a horror. You think slavery is a horror. Slavery? That's nothing nice.
Ain't nothing nice, man.
It ain't nothing nice. The worst thing to be in this world.
Worst thing. Slave.
A slave? You don't control your own mind. And these millions of people was in there 400 years like that. That was the horror he saw. He told Abraham, I'm going to get them out. He said, no for surety. And look how they got there.
Mm-hmm.
How they got there? Peacefully. They got there. First, I ain't going to say peacefully. They got there because God said, okay, I gotta get this guy Joseph to be in Egypt in a commanding position. Because in the future it's gonna be a famine.
Right.
And I ain't gonna let Jacob, my servant, suffer this. Okay? So he go to Jacob, Joseph, and put them dreams in him. Make him dream. And he gonna tell it. And that's what fueled the hatred for his brothers. They didn't even know. They did, man, what, he gonna bow to you? Jacob said, shall me and your mother and your brothers bow to you? You the youngest thing in here. You the last in the totem pole. That's what he mean. But he said what? He did what? He observed the saying. After Joseph left, Jacob sat down and he observed it. You know what the observation is? God showing this child the future. So he said, let me keep watching things. Let me keep observing things. So God did that. That stirred it up. Now these guys don't like him. Ah, here come this dreamer. Yo, we should kill him. That's where it came from. That's where it came from. They didn't mean that, man. I know they didn't, because later on, down the line, what they said, yo, man, we are having a hard time because of what we did back then to our brother. They didn't just do that to him yesterday. Years passed. Joseph been down there for years in the dungeon. He's forgotten about now. The only one still grieving him is Jacob.
Right.
Because he think he dead. Those guys, they know he ain't dead. They know he's somewhere around because he wasn't in that hole. But God did all of that to get him into Egypt. He winds up into Potiphar's house. He winds up there. The woman wants to commit adultery with him. The master's wife is pushing up on him. Listen, I mean, the woman is something else, especially women that don't serve God.
Right.
They are not, their fidelity is not there. You know what that means? They will commit adultery. 98% of them. Give them some time. Look. Forget the time. Let them be mad at you, husband. Go cheat. Go get another woman. All these things are the reasons why today women go, and they don't care if they're still married. They don't even wait for the divorce. They'll go out there and lay with another man to make themselves feel better. That's the type of woman Potiphar had. She wait till he go to work, and now she running down on Joseph. What Joseph said, man? He said, I cannot do this thing and sin before God.
Right.
That's what you was thinking.
Because I was made second in command over everything except for you. I'm gonna do this, huh?
I can't do that. This would be sin. If I do that to Potiphar, this is sin before God because I'm trespassing. I'm trespassing on his wife. No matter she invited him in and she wanted it. Come on, man, you wanted it too. Those are weak excuses for men. He said, man, if your husband entrusted me and made me second in command, and entrusted me with everything in here except you, that's obvious. Any man would do that. I've seen music videos like that. And dude said, look, man, you my number two. Your word is golden. Huh? You got nothing to say to her. Don't even think about her. She has nothing to say to her. You run everything else. I run her. No other man gonna run my woman. That's what he's trying to tell her. You belong to another man already. And I am his servant. I can't sin before the Lord and do this. She didn't care because she didn't grow up. She's not a godly woman. Potiphar not a godly man. Those weren't godly people. The Egyptians had a lot of stuff with them too. Okay? They went both ways and all that too. And even their deities. Okay? So she not thinking on that level, but Joseph is. And that's what made him run. Because now She said, oh, word? You ain't gonna lie with me? She not gonna sit there and say, you know what? I was wrong for coming at you. I should have did. She not gonna say that.
No.
She's not gonna catch herself. You know, sometimes you catch yourself. But whoa, you know what? Nah, I wasn't even supposed to be asking this girl. I'm not even supposed to be here. You know what? And you correct yourself quick. You realize, ain't no realization on her. She said, oh, shoot. Now, this girl, he might tell. Her pride made her say, rape. He's bad. And when people come, he said, yeah, see, the Hebrew Israelite that you brought here to do what? To mock me. And she said, see, I got a piece of his garment. It really looked like he did it now. People can make it look that way, right or wrong. Right. That's why witnesses are detrimental to the case. Only to tell the truth, what you saw and what you heard. If you missed a word, say, no, I heard the whole sentence, but I didn't hear that word. I'm sorry. I heard, and I got distracted. God would love that. You are a truthful person. Do not be an unlawful witness. I see people being unlawful witness because they're on that guy's side. Now, this guy hates this guy. He got something with him. So I'm always be a witness against this guy for him. This is what people do today. And it's wicked and it's evil. All these are the ways of God. All of these is the things and the way we are supposed to and not supposed to be. That is how we're able to control our emotions, by keeping the ways. So abhorring an Edomite is not the ticket. Most people don't know what an Edomite is.
Yeah.
All right? Now I'm going to tell you, all I'm going to say is this. He came out red and hairy, right? Admoni, right? When he went into the Horites, right?
Right.
There's a mix. Right or wrong?
Right.
I have children. My children's mothers, some are darker, some are lighter. So my children, some are darker, some are lighter. So you can't say, oh, all Israelites, all Edom is white, and all Edom, no, they're black like us. No.
Can't say that.
Can't say that. Over the generations of time, this world has been well mixed. You have black people who have the features of Edom. You have white people who have the features of Jacob. You say, I'm a smooth man. I'm not that hairy, man. I got a little bit of hair and I'm smooth. His stuff was rough. He was a real hairy guy.
Yeah.
You don't see nobody like that now. Blended. Now you see black people with blue eyes, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And they're not on contacts. Today, there are black people, black.
Blue eyes.
Blue eyes. Okay? So it's a mix now. That's what it is. He said, thou shalt not abhor an Egyptian. God tells us who to hate, who to love. He said, man, don't let the Ammonites in and the Moabites in. Because not just because I hate them or because they're a different color, it's what they did.
That's right.
Certain things, you said something too. You said, yo, certain acts are on you forever. Okay? You mess up, it will be brought up. God said it too. God said, when you leave here correct before him, those things you did will not be mentioned.
Yeah.
I believe that. That's a promise.
Yeah.
He said, man, I ain't even gonna bring that up. I'm gonna forget about that because you're good.
Yeah.
There's no reason to bring it up. But if you ain't good, it's all reason to bring it up. Oh, you throwing stuff in my face. No, because you didn't get it the last time. Yeah. The wicked, I gotta throw stuff in your face. The righteous, I don't have to, because you're not violating. When stuff gotta get thrown in your face, it's because you're violating and you have not stopped. You haven't ceased. You're doing it again, and with justification, explanation of justification. Meaning I'm explaining my justification for what I'm doing. So that means you're gonna do it again. Man. So you can't hate these people. You can't hate the Egyptian. We don't follow what they do, but we don't hate them. He said, why?
Because thou was a stranger in his
He
land.
was a stranger.
The children that begotten of them shall enter into the congregation of the Lord in the third generation.
He's talking about them now. See the Edomites and the Egyptians, the children that are begotten them into third generation. After their third generation, they can come in. That been happened. Esau was the first generation.
Right.
His sons, the Dukes, right? That was the second generation. And then after them was the third generation. By the time we hit here, we well past the third generation.
Right.
So they were good. They were cleared. They were cleared for confirmation to come in. The Egyptians also. The Edomite, he said, that's your brother. No other explanation. That's your brother. At the end of the day, I made it get on my nerves. That's my brother, though. You can't do that to him. Oh, yeah, I know how he is. Yeah, but that's still my brother. I make it clear to people. That's still my brother. Whoa, calm down. That's why I don't speak to a lot of people out here. Because I hear them, whoa, what? That's still my brother, though. You speaking about my brother, though. Watch your mouth. All right, that's enough.
That's right.
All right, that's enough. I did it the other day. I'm like, all right, that's enough now. It's still my little brother, Wade. Y'all chill.
That's right.
Y'all chill. Y'all got sons out here, and I ain't coming down on them out here. Be easy. I get offensive real quick when it comes to my family. Very quick. Don't be, and then now, I'm the oldest one, so I feel a protection type thing with my brothers. You understand what I'm saying? Watch y'all mouth. Okay? If you get on your nerves that bad, let's do something. I don't want to hear all of that right now. We know that already. Why I gotta be a conversation every time? Come on, man. I don't like it. That's what he said. That's your brother. He said, thou shalt not go to the Egyptians, thou was a stranger in this land. The children that are begotten of them shall enter into their third generation. He said, when the host goeth forth against thine enemies, he said, keep thee from every wicked thing. You're about to get into something. You're about to get into some warfare. The best thing to do is don't stay clean. Don't go into your woman. Don't eat. Don't eat. Fast. Certain situations come up, emergencies. I was trained this way. Fast. That's why I wasn't eating too much last week. I went fast until the night, the evening, because of what was going on. That's what David did. While that baby was sick and still alive, he fasted. But when now the child died, he ate. He got up, washed, and he ate. And the servant said, yo, so what happened? Why you stopped? He said, while the child was alive, there is hope that God will, because he can bring it to the brink and bring it back as much as he wants. He controls all of that. But he said, there was hope that God would be with him and bring him back. He said, but now he's dead. He ain't coming back. It's over. He said, he shall not return to me, but I shall go to him. Meaning I'm going to see him. That's another key to there is an afterlife. That's another key. David said it. So that means when these people died in the book, and it said they have been gathered to their people. It don't mean they was buried with all the rest of their people. Because he was buried by himself. Most of them had their own burial site. You understand what I'm saying? So where is his people at that he going to when he died? It said that about Moses. It said that about Aaron. It said that about the patriarchs. He said, got up, put their feet up, bring his feet up in the bed, put his feet in the bed, got comfortable, lie down, and it looked like he going to sleep. He about to die, but it looked like sleep. He closed his eyes, and next thing you know, he said he gave up the ghost. You know what the ghost is? The spirit. The spirit leaves. When the spirit leaves, it's under command by God. I don't care how damaged the body is, the heart is, the brain is. If the command don't come, it ain't going nowhere. It's going to be there. It's gonna be there. It ain't going nowhere until it's time. That's how it goes. So you gotta keep from every wicked thing, because you're about to fight. This is life and death situation, and you need God to be with you in these situations. And the only way for Him to be with you, you got everything got to be clean. And I'm not talking about brushing the walls, mopping the floor. There's no abominations. There's nothing unclean. You haven't eaten unclean. You haven't committed nothing abominable. There's nothing abominable around. Okay? This is why you stay away from your woman at that moment, because you are unclean until the sun go down. It's not too good to be in a situation like this and you was just with your woman the other night. That's why they say, have you been, I asked him once, they said, how long have the men been away from women? More than 3 days? He said, oh yeah, if they was with me. There ain't no woman with us. Nobody got nothing on. He said, okay, they can eat. Look at that. Another time, Moses told them, stay away from your wives. Stay away from your wives and wash your clothes and be ready for when the Most High come down on Mount Sinai. That was the rule. And he put the barricade around. So at certain things that a man has to do, you have to stay away from women, because it still leaves you unclean, because the seed of copulation comes from the man, not the woman. Not the woman. So if I have some type of leakage, right, I'm unclean. It's because it coming forth from me. Once it coming forth from me, I'm unclean. Now, whatever it touches after it comes forth from me, it makes that or the woman unclean. So me going to war right now is not, I'm unclean. I'm not going nowhere. That's not a good thing to do. He said, when the host goeth forth against thine enemies, keep thee from every wicked thing. If there be among you, now we're going to see a lot, it's more. If there be among you any man that is not clean by reason of uncleanness, that chanceth him by night, then he shall go abroad out of the camp, he shall not come within the camp. But it shall be, when evening cometh on, he shall wash himself with water when the sun is down. Just so happens we out the war, everybody clean, but one guy winds up waking up, oh man, I had a they call it wet dream, nocturnal emission. Okay, it's not a violation because he was asleep. But what he has to do now is remove himself from the camp. He has to remove himself and be outside the boundaries of where that camp settlement is at. He has to be outside of there because he is unclean, right? He shall not come within the camp. He said, and it shall be when evening cometh on, the evening, he said, oh man, the sun about to go down, it's about to get dark soon. That's evening. It's still light. It's not dark yet. That's evening. Okay? That's when the sun is hanging real low in the west part of the sky. And when you look at your shadow, it's real long. That's the shadow that is cast. It only casts like that in the evening time. That's how we know when it's evening time. At that point in time, the Shabbat starts. If the Shabbat don't start Friday when it's dark, people that wait for Friday when it's dark are the ones who are waiting to light candles. The ones who wait to light candles got that from the ones who look in the sky for the 3 stars. The ones who look for the 3 stars are sages of what they call it? Judaic, Jewish laws. That's where it come from. That's where all of that come from. And today now, people wait till it's dark because they got to look for the stars. That's a lot of Israelites do that because they got that from Jewish people. And then in the calendar, it says, light the candle at this time. It says it. But we don't do that. It starts from, everything is from evening to evening. That's how God established everything since Genesis. Everything starts and ends at the evening. The next day starts this evening. And this day stops this evening at the same time. Now, it's a short period of time, because the sun is going down. And you can tell it's getting darker and darker quicker. This is like right now, you can't tell nothing's happening. It's like it's moving slow. But when it get a certain part in the west, it comes up high and it curves and be way down deep to where if you by the beach, it look like it's about to go in the water, right? That means it's hanging low. And when you, if I take that light bulb and bring it all the way over here, everything, the shadow is going to change. And when I bring it down closer to the floor, shadows are going to get longer with that same light bulb. That's the same effect that the light is being given from the sun. That's when it's evening time. We wait until it's dark. Shabbat, tonight, we wait until it's dark and then move out. Not when, okay, yeah, sun is down 7:30, still a little bit of light outside. This is evening. We wait till dark to be correct. Because that's not how our forefathers, that's how our forefathers did it, from evening to evening. So at evening, that man will become clean, right? He wash himself with water, all right? And when the sun is down, he could come back again. He don't have to wash his clothes. He washes himself with water. He said, thou shalt have a place also without the camp, whither thou shalt go forth. Even on a construction site, they got somewhere where they put the porta potties. Gotta use the bathroom. You gotta go, you gotta go. So you have to have somewhere without the camp. This is why a lot of houses in the country have what? Outhouses. The bathroom is not part of the house. This is of an old custom here. Anywhere where you have to ease yourself, it wasn't in the house. The bathroom wasn't part of the place. He said, thou shalt have a paddle upon thy weapon.
And it shall be, and thou will ease thyself abroad, thou shalt dig therewith. And Utah, dig therewith, and shall turn back and cover that was coming from thee.
You cover that up. Dogs have that instinct. Cats have that. A lot of animals have that natural instinct.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And when they let off, if they turn around, they cover it. You see them doing this with the back feet.
Mm-hmm.
You hear the cat when she going there. They do that by instinct. I see a dog make droppings in the street. There's nothing to shuffle, but you still see him do this by instinct. That stuff's supposed to be covered up. That's another thing about New York I hate. This state here is the dirtiest state in the world, the dirtiest city in the world, man. Most filthiest city in the world. You go outside right now, it's all over the place. Nobody wanted to come pick up after their dog.
In North Carolina, they pick up after.
They pick up after.
Oh.
Not here. It's too crowded and you got a bunch of rebels in one place. I'll be outside, I see people, I say, yo, what dude, his dog drop? I say, yo, what's up? They didn't see me in the hallway. I say, yo, what's up? You gotta get that up. A big lump right in front. I said, you gotta get that up, bro. He said, all right. I said, go in the store and get a bag, get 2-3 bags, and get that up, man. Right in front of the building. Right in front of the building. And when you walk around, you'll see it in other people, in front of other people's building. This here, Rochester, you gotta be careful walking up here. On both sides of the street. Everybody, they didn't do that, man. About walking over there. They didn't have to walk, dog. Dog go out and walk itself. You go out in the fields. That's why cats and dogs, when they use the bathroom. They don't like being around people. That's good. I'm not comfortable using a bathroom around nobody. He said, oh man, he in there easing himself. That's time for you to be alone and take care of that. God don't want to see that. He said, because I walk amongst you. Well, back then, that's how it was. He said, I walk amongst you. And I don't want to run into that. It's not unclean, but God don't like it. He never said it was unclean. This is unclean. He talked about the stuff that you eat is unclean. Blood is not unclean, but he still tell you you can't eat it and what to do and what not to do with it, right or wrong. It's not clean. It's not unclean. But the cat make drop-ins in here. It doesn't make the place unclean. But it's still filth. God don't like it. why should you like it?
Right.
Come see.
For lo, thy God walketh in the midst of thy camp to deliver thee, and to give up thine enemies before thee. Therefore shall thy camp be holy, that he see no unclean thing in thee, and turn away from thee.
Because every other tribe of people on the planet, they don't have these rules. They don't have these rules, and they got
No.
And they don't care about that.
Right.
They don't care about that. Doesn't matter to them. They don't have a God. They think they have a God. Their God is really them. That deity that they got, that's really them. And they make their own rules according to how they want to live. And they put it on that piece of stock and wood.
Mm.
It's all a game. It's all a game. Our God, he said he fight for us.
Right.
He told them, I'm gonna be amongst you. He said, I'm in order for me to fight with you, I'm gonna be there, be front line with you. You can't have this stuff. You smell like urine over here. Nah, man. No. You go into projects, that's what it smell like.
Right.
Buildings ain't supposed to smell like that.
Right.
It's the people that do that. Shameless people. God said, man, you gotta have a place for that, even in war and battle. Tell me.
Thou shalt not deliver unto his master the servant which is escaped from his master.
The master. Back then you had masters and servants, not boss and employer. You had masters and you had servants. I have a master that I work for. I live in this house. They call it today butler. They make it work for it. This is your butler here. Your first servant, your first male servant, they call him your butler. That's the one that serves you your food. He's the closest one to you. Right?
Mm-hmm.
He escaped. The guy escaped for whatever reason. It don't say what reason.
Mm-hmm.
That means he ran. If he escaped, means he's been looking to get out of there for a minute. He ran out of there like his life depended on it. You can't take him, grab him up. I mean, your master kid was over here looking for you. Come on, you gotta go back. Because that's what everybody else did to their slave.
Right.
In their servants. God said, no, leave him. He said, what? 16?
He shall dwell with thee even among you.
He shall live with you, even among you, in that place which he shall choose. Meaning, whatever city he chooses to live in, all right, if the stranger come in our city, we open up the gates and the stranger come in our city, the stranger lives with us.
Right.
He dwells with us and he travels with us. And we ain't got to be going nowhere. All three of those are covered now because he's in our gates, right? So it's the same thing here. He is allowed to go in any one of y'all gates, okay? He can dwell with you where it liketh him best. Back in the days, we would read this and say, man, he could come in your house. And no. It was the city.
Right.
He can come and live amongst you. Because remember, God's not talking to one man here. He's talking to Israel as a whole.
Right.
Right or wrong?
Right.
So when he's like, dwell with you, he didn't specify your houses.
No.
He said amongst you. That's your cities, gates. Houses don't have gates. Your house don't have gates. Your tents and stuff, they don't have gates. Cities got gates. Big giant gates.
Right.
And that determine the only ones that come in are the people that live in here. So you are outside there, you say, yo, man, I heard about you guys. I heard you serving true and living God that brought y'all out of Egypt, that did this. I want to serve that same God, man. Let him in. Show him the way which he shall go, and you treat him the same way.
Right.
You can't take him and bring him back to his master.
No.
God said don't do that. Because usually normally what's done.
Right.
Okay? Tell us.
In the place
which you
which
shall
choose in one of thy gates, where it like him best, thou shalt not oppress him. There shall be no whore of the daughters of Israel.
Thou shalt not oppress him. Don't stress him out. Don't be overbearing. Well, look, you can stay here. This is the thing now. If you want to stay here, you're going to be my servant. You gotta work for me now. You gotta do this or you gotta do that. But if not, we're taking you back to your all that. You can't do that.
Right.
So God stopped that because that's what they're gonna do. Yo, you got a servant that you don't have a slave. You don't have to pay. You feed him enough so he have enough energy to work. Do you know how much? If I had an employer to work for me, I'd be good. Because he out there working.
Mm.
What you think? When they bring them blacks over here and put them down south in them fields, why you think they got so rich? Well, this country was built on slavery. It was.
Yeah.
It was. And it still is. They figured out a way to modernize the slavery.
Mm.
But you got to be here. You got to be a citizen of this country now. And you got to go to work. You got to go to work and become a part of that wheel that they had Samson pushing. You got to be part of that wheel. You got to be part of that wheel. Then you got to send your kids to school. You have to. If you don't, they come knocking on the door. Well, we got to lock you up. They'll lock you up for that now. But then what you teaching my children in school? The things I don't want my kids to live and learn, to learn and live, you're teaching them that it's okay. Now that's a problem. But I'm stuck between a hard place because if I don't send them to school, I go to jail. I get put on the news. I'm a bad parent. I'm a bad father. I'm not a good father. See, they know what they did. They know what they did. Some shit.
There shall be no whore of the daughters of Israel, nor sodomite of the sons of Israel.
Come on now, there shall be no whore of the daughters of Israel. Should be no such thing. We said certain stories should not be heard or said, rules, whatever. Ain't no woman, no Israelite supposed to be no hoe. Everybody was centered on the men so long, they left the girls alone. I'm telling you, my generation, everybody was hard on us, right or wrong. It was hard on the men. They wasn't paying attention to the girls. Because they hoes now. A lot of them are. I'm hearing they messing with heathens. They back and forth with heathens and Israelites. Multiple Israelites. All of that, man, you can't be doing that. You can't be doing that. And you Israelite men can't be doing that to the woman, man. Nah, man, you can't. Well, you want that done to your daughter?
Mm-hmm.
Huh? But you want to do it. That's most men. They want to do to woman what they want to like done to their daughter. That's wicked, man. Some shit.
Thou shalt not bring the hire of a whore or the price of a dog into the house.
Okay, hold on. You said there shall be no whore of the daughters of Israel. Once you're having sex and you're not married, you are a whore. Plain and simple.
Uh-huh.
People don't like the name, right? But it's not, it's a definition of your character, your sexual character. It's not a name. It's like, oh, you're calling me names. It's really not a name. Everything you do has a name. Every action you commit has a name to it. What am I doing right now? Walking. Can you make any other word for what I'm doing? No. So what is she doing? She has sex unaccustomed to being married. Right? So that's the word that's being given for it. Maybe if the word is accepted, it will be considered. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's not so, oh, bringing up names. No, it's the reason why you're being called a whore. Because you are. You fit the description. In the book, they will call you that. They said, Rahab the whore, she didn't get mad. You never heard her say, man, don't call me that. I ain't no whore. She didn't say that. That was what she was known as. And look, she was good. God blessed her.
Yes, she was.
She was good. So, only thing is, it shouldn't be no, look, if she was a whore of another nation, God said, no whores of the daughters of Israel. It's a little difference here. Okay? He said, nor a sodomite of the sons of Israel. No sword fighting without swords. That's what that means. The men are sword fighting without swords. I'm going to make this simple and plain. And if you get offended, whoever gets offended, I don't understand. Nobody should be getting offended. Because everybody I'm speaking to out there and here is on the same page. Homosexuality is no good by God for men and women.
Right.
It is not accepted by God. This is it. Sodomy. When you look it up, you will see. And it covers more than just homosexuality. Okay? All lewd sex acts go under that.
Right.
Okay? God just didn't pinpoint all of it. So we cannot be a part of that. Nobody should be talking, no Israelite should be talking up with these people. If you have, you have Israelites that have other family members that are heathens, right? You can't be picking up for them either.
That's right.
God hate that. And if I don't hate what God hate, if we don't hate what God hate, we're gonna love it. You know why I say that? Because it starts to get accepted.
Right.
Once it starts to get, it takes time. It takes years. Why do you think Chief B said what he said? He said 10 years from now, they're gonna be doing this, right?
Right.
And you don't see it, I don't see it. Everybody's sitting here, oh yeah, Chief, yeah, you crazy. No, he ain't crazy. It sounds funny because it ain't happening now. And you don't see that happening. But he saw it. And he's saying, yo, man, they gonna be walking around here very bold with this homosexuality thing, man. Get your kids in line, get up in their head, be more involved with them, with God and in their head. Because when they go to school, they are going to get programs. Everybody's with it.
Yeah, he said it.
He said it. He said it over 20 years ago.
That's right.
And it's happening. I said, man, boy, everybody's, oh man, and look what they want to do. Yo, we were warned. There was a group of people called Israelites, Brooklyn, New York, and Crown Heights, that was warned about this. But they don't like listening to their teachers. We don't like to listen to our teachers. We think we know more than our teachers. You think you do more than your teachers, and you got this sadly mistaken. You got to say that, man, listen, you just started understanding. You just started perceiving. You understanding means to depart from evil. You just started departing from evil. Things you're just starting to do, been covered already. We don't listen to our teachers. And our teachers have power of the prophets also. Our mothers and fathers have power like prophets also. They can tell you your future. Especially to see the way you're going. And they tell you, look, man, it's not going to be like this all the time, man. You see all the rules has changed. Everything's changed. We wasn't ready for it because we didn't listen. We did not listen. We don't listen to God. They didn't listen to Moses. They didn't listen to Joshua. Joshua said it. Joshua made it plain and simple. And we're going to go there after this. Joshua made it plain and simple, and that what Joshua told them stands for today also. But we don't get there. Tell me.
Thou shalt not bring the hire of a whore or the price of a dog into the house of the Lord thy God for any vow. For even both these are an abomination unto the Lord.
Now,
God.
They said, well, you didn't have daughter of whores and daughter of Israel. See, because you had strange nations. They did that on the regular. There's no whores and daughters of Israel, but the Moabites, the Ammonites. That's who they went to. That's who was doing that. God said, I don't want none of the women here doing that. That's what made these people holy. That there's no whoredom here. God don't want whoredom amongst Israel. So the hire, the price, and the payment can't come into the house of the Lord for any vow. You can do whatever you want with it, but it's not that charge, and it could be different. Everybody has different prices. Everybody charges different. There's no general price. And whatever that is, the man, not the woman don't go up in there. The man, I can't bring that money as part of a vow when I go up in there. I gotta use that money for something else. It said, or the price of a dog into the house of the Lord thy God for any vow. For both of these are an abomination unto the Lord thy God. They're an abomination. If you have a dog, that don't mean, oh wow, the dog is an abomination. Doing this, bringing the hire of a whore or the dog, or the price of the dog, into his sanctuary. Now it's iniquity. Now it's a problem. That's when it becomes an abomination. Times you.
Thou shalt not lend upon usury to thy brother. Use your money, use your victuals, use your anything that is lent upon
Loan
usury.
shark. That's loan shark. That's what they call loan shark. Give you a price. You borrow $50,000 from me, and I charge you a certain amount every day until you bring that money. So you could have brought the $50,000. You still owe. You still owe. That's taxing and loan sharking. That's how loan sharks make their money. God said you can't do that to who? Your brother. Your brother. So if I got a loan shark hustle out there, right? As long as it ain't no Israelite, I'm good. I'm not violating. I can loan shark and charge him extra. This state clearly states that I can do this unto a stranger, but not my brother. Usury of money, usury of victuals, usury of anything that is lent upon usury. I can't tax my brother about nothing. Nothing. I can't tax him about. I can't put no extra on it. But unto a stranger thou mayest lend upon usury. He makes it plain and simple. Unto the stranger you could do that, but unto the brother, unto thy brother thou shalt not lend upon usury. That the Lord thy God may bless thee in all that thou settest thine hand in the land. These are keys. These are keys. You gotta know who you're dealing with. Today it's really messed up. It's really messed up. Really. There's a lot of bastards walking around. They don't even know they bastards. There's a lot of women are undercover whores. You don't even know. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy now. But if you know a person to be an orphan, treat them as such. If you know the person to be a widow, treat them as such. In Israel, though. In Israel. See, it sounds like they did these things to everybody around them, but everybody around them was Israel. They had their own land. Whoever was a stranger, whoever was an alien, you out there, you're alien. Once you come amongst here and you dwell in here, you're the stranger that sojourn amongst us now. Now you down, but I can still lend usury upon the stranger, but not my brother. See, back then they were all related. All those Israelites are related. The 12 tribes. Every Israelite came out of a tribe, so they're related. They're all cousins, you could say.
I got you. Unto a stranger thou mayest lend upon usury, but unto thy brother thou shalt not lend upon usury.
That's right.
That the Lord thy God may bless thee in all that thou settest thine hand to in the land where thou goest to possess it.
Right.
When thou shalt vow a vow unto the Lord thy God, thou shalt not slack to pay it. For the Lord thy God will surely require it of thee, and it will be sin in thee.
Yeah,
But if thou shalt forbid a vow,
don't be slack. Slack means don't take your time. Don't hesitate.
right.
Don't linger. Hurry up and do what you vowed to God that you said you was going to do. Complete that. Don't put it off. Get it done now. Let's say, well, look, okay, I can take care of that about tomorrow. Do it now. Do it as soon as it came out your mouth. That's the best thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
And try to remember your vows. Try to remember, because everybody vow. You don't have to say, I'm taking a vow and an oath of the Lord. You don't have to say that. When you make statements like, I'm never going to, that's a vow.
Right.
look, this is my last. That's a vow.
That's right.
We have to remember it. It's not my job to remember your vows, because I have vows I gotta remember and keep. You know why? It's because you gotta. When the time comes, you can't forget it. Sometimes people forget their vows.
Yeah.
You're right in the middle of the stuff. And be like, oh shoot, man. I vowed not to do this no more. I vowed not to eat this no more. I vowed not to do whatever it is you took that vow, that oath. Because a lot of people took certain oaths. They said, look, man, you don't want us to do it. That's it. They took an oath not to live in the house because their father didn't want them to do it. So we got to remember our vows. We can't be out here running our mouths, man, because that's detrimental. I got to remember those words when I said, I'm never going to do this again. I'm never going to, and then now I'll go hard with it with everybody else. I have to remember my vows, because God don't like it when we don't keep our vows.
Right.
The man said to his daughter, he said, yo, I said it, man, I can't go back. I can't take it back. Oh, man, you wrong, man. Apologize to my wife. Take that back. Ain't no taking back, brother. I'm sorry, I said it. You are already offended. You already feel away because I said it. Certain things is best for you. It's best for you to make yourself go by what you're supposed to be going by here in these commandments than take a vow and not keep it. It's better for you to struggle and get it right? That way you don't have to take no vows now. But you only take vows because I know I'm going to go back and do it. So the only thing that's going to stop me is making the vow. But then now, time catches up with all of us with what comes out of our mouth. A lot of things that come out my mouth, all right, I'm going to wait till your lifetime get right here. And let's see if you're going to do what you say you're going to do when you get to that moment. Most of us don't do it. What the man said, he said, yo, the stuff that came out your mouth, go and do what you said you was going to do. He's here.
Yeah.
The man is here. You said you was going to do this. When he comes, you're going to kill him. You're going to beat him up. Go ahead. Complete your vows. Another dude, he's an Egyptian. Joseph said, yo, man, when you leave, when you get out of jail and you leave it, don't forget, put in a word for me, man. Let them know that I helped you out down here. I had a lot to do with you getting out of here. He said, okay. He forgot him. Years later, when he did remember him, you know what the first thing he said in his head? He said, I do remember my faults. You know what that means? I promised that man I didn't even say nothing. It took for God to drama him with a dream to bring Joseph up. Yo, man, listen, when I was locked up a couple of years back, there was a dude down there. He could interpret dreams. What? Interpret dreams? All these fools I got here. Kill them all. That's what Nebuchadnezzar said. Nebuchadnezzar said, look, man, I got soothsayers, diviners, magicians, sorcerers, and none of y'all can cause me to remember and then interpret. But what they're telling them is there's no man that can do that, man. Because they don't have God with them. It's them. It ain't the deity they bowing down to. That deity don't have no power. It's their power doing it. But they're a credit to the deity. So they say, yo, man, we're not going to be able to cause you to remember nothing. So you know what he told them? He said, look, give y'all a certain amount of time. If y'all can't find out how to get me to cause me to remember my dream and then cause me to understand it, set all your houses on fire. So now they ran and got Daniel. They ran and got him. And they remember, yo, you could do this. Daniel and Joseph were the two that had that. They can interpret your dream. Any dream you had, they'll tell you what it means. Certain people don't need an interpretation. Like the chief baker. He wanted an interpretation. He thought he was going to get the same as the butler. But he said, the king going to kill you. You're going to lift your head off, man. I know that when he heard that, yo, you know what's crazy? He didn't say, man, you get out of here, man. That's a false prophecy, man. Give me the one you get. He believed that. Both of them believed what that man told them that they just met. These people were separated, man, for real. That's why they had children that came out that could predict the future. It came, God said, man, I ordained thee a prophet from the womb. That's what he told Jeremiah. I ordained thee. I ordered your life to be that of a prophet from when you were in the womb. 23. That which is gone out of thy lips.
But if thou shalt forbid a vow, it shall be no sin in thee, and it would be sin, and it would be sin in thee. But if thou shalt
23.
That which is gone out thy lips, thou shalt keep and perform. Even the free will offer.
You don't have to announce the vow. I don't have to put my hand on the stack of Bibles. I don't even have to raise my hand. I don't have to do nothing. I say it in my heart, or I say it out loud. It is a vow. I took an oath. It is a promise. It is something that I have to accomplish what came out my mouth. That which is gone out of thy lips, thou shalt keep and perform. That's why I be quiet most of the time, because I'm not going to be able to keep and perform. My life is so busy with so many distractions, with pop-ups, with this, with that. I can't put it on there and say, yeah, I'm going to be able to do this tomorrow at this time. No, I stopped doing that because I found myself lying. I said, damn, man, I did tell Iman, or I did tell somebody here. Most of the time, I forgot. I forgot most of the time. So I had to start making myself remember what come out my mouth, okay? Promises, vows, things like that. I have to remember it is my duty. It is not your duty. It is my duty to remember what comes out of my mouth. Because I run my mouth too much. That's another thing. They didn't run their mouth like that. We run our mouths too much. We just be talking. And we say things and be offending God and don't even realize it. People be praising, saying they praising God and offending him and don't even realize it. I can't forget what come out my mouth. I have to perform that. He said, even a free will offering. He said, according as thou hast vowed unto the Lord, which thou hast promised with thy mouth. A vow is a promise. An oath to swear, a vow, and a promise, they're all the same thing. It involves prediction of future action coming out of my mouth for me to do. That's what it is. Tumsy.
When thou comest into thy neighbor's vineyard, then thou mayest eat grapes at thy field, at thine own pleasure. But thou shalt not put any in thy vessel.
You can't go into nobody's vineyard. Gates, it's electrified gates. You might get shot. You're going to certain people's backyard, vineyards, olive tree, whatever. Because, little kids, they'll climb the orange tree, climb the cherry tree to get there. You got people that shoot them. They don't have these laws that we got. They don't think, get out of my yard. As long as they ain't got no sack, no bowls, no container to carry the food away, they can sit there and eat as much as they want. Because God blessed everybody. You ain't never going to run out. It's more than enough. They didn't sweat that. Oh, but it's my field. They didn't think like that. They did not think like that. Our frame of mind and their frame of mind is two totally different things. And if it's possible to think halfway like them, you have to understand what you're reading. Right or wrong?
Right.
You have to understand. So in order to understand what I'm reading, I have to read. Now I have my phone with me when I have the book itself. So I got the book in the app in my phone. And I got it hooked up to my earphones. When I get on the train, That's what I'm listening to. I don't listen to music no more. I cut myself out of that. It used to be music. I used to have playlists. I used to download it. Now I don't know what to do with stuff out no more. Because that's where it's at now. Where it's at. My personal listening, the book, because I'm out there. That keeps me grounded while I'm out there. I can rehearse it. Whoever's around me gonna hear it. Whoever don't like it, they gonna separate. Once you dealing with God's law, you gonna make a separation with yourself. You ain't even gonna know it. People who not with this gonna get away from you. Family, get away from you. All you gotta do is just eat, breathe, talk, and live this. And you're gonna make a separation naturally. People will see what you ain't saying, oh yeah, I'm gonna cut this person off. Nah, you just being yourself with this now. And oh man, he ain't like that. He ain't like how he used to be. I'm out. Because you don't do certain things no more. So now that makes this, make friendships, family, everything. Because we don't have nothing in common no more. We don't have nothing, we don't have the same likes no more. I see what you're doing as an abomination. So you're gonna be offended because you like what you're doing. Okay? This makes you feel good. And I'm looking at it like, so that's gonna keep us like this. So you can come into my field and eat, but not today. That ain't happening. When thou comest into the standing corn of thy neighbor. Now there I keep hearing about corn. The word for corn in Hebrew is different. It don't mean that, don't mean this. They had corn. They had corn in Egypt. They had corn in Israel. They had corn in Syria. People gotta remember that was the Fertile Crescent.
Mm-hmm.
All right? It's shaped like a crescent, like a moon, like the crescent of the moon. In the middle, Israel is right in the middle of that fertility. You know what I mean? From Egypt, Egypt is right here. From Egypt, all the way to the Sinai Peninsula, all the way up until you hit Babylon, and Assyria and up there. All that is a fertile. Everything grows wild. They said, no, man, we miss the flesh pots we sit by. We miss the garlic, the onions, the leeks, and the melons. Nobody in the ancient world farmed garlic like they do today. Nobody had a farm and patches of watermelon. These things grew wild, or a man grew a garden in his backyard. Specialty. Other than that, the main thing that was farmed was grain, and corn was one of them. That's what they was tilling. They wasn't planting lettuce and vegetables and stuff. That stuff grew wild all over the place. Did not the man find mandrakes for his mother while he in the field doing what? Sheaves. You ain't making sheaves out of no apples or no oranges. They didn't do that. Oh, we planted an apple tree. Okay, cool, we planted, but they didn't. Oh yeah, well, there's a whole lot of that. Vineyards, cornfields, wheat fields, barley fields, lentil patches. This area right here is where we grow the lentils at. It's called a lentil patch. That's what the man later on, I forgot his name, he defended the patch of lentils or barley. It's either barley or lentils with his sword. And he fought so long and so hard, the sword clave to his hand.
Yeah,
he couldn't even take the sword out of his hand. That's what was grown. All right. So if you want garlic, you gotta go out in the field where it grow wild. You want leeks, melons, all of that extra stuff, it grow wild out there. Move mushrooms. They say, yo, man, they found some mushrooms here. They made soup out of it. But they said, man, there's death in the pot. Not all mushrooms are good to eat. Some are poisonous. How they knew that?
Yeah.
I always wondered that.
I wonder which one.
And which, you know what I'm saying? How they knew. They put it in the pot, but they didn't find out something was wrong until what, somebody ate it. or they smelled it, or it turned into, you know what I'm saying? They didn't ever say, but they knew. They said, oh, wait a minute, hold on. This pot is death in there, meaning somebody gonna die. It's poisonous. This is no good. But I love mushrooms. You got shiitake mushrooms. You got all types of other mushrooms. My brother Zachariah introduced me to a mushroom. I forgot the name of it. This mushroom take you places. It's edible, but it take you places. And then you got some that are poisonous. And once you eat it, you die. But they knew it. But they didn't plant none of these things. All these things grew wild, man. All right? So I don't want to hear all that about corn didn't exist. It's a new thing. A lot of stuff didn't exist back then, and you eat it.
Chicken.
You eat it. Chicken ain't little. Download the Bible app, 1611, King James Version. Put the word chicken in your search box. It's going to say this word does not exist here. Okay? It don't exist. Chicken, I'm going to tell you some history. Chicken was introduced to the Middle Eastern world, Israel included, after the Babylonian captivity. Okay? After. In Nehemiah time. That's when it was introduced. Rice, the same thing. Yeah, it's a grain. Not all grains grew in Israel. You got couscous. And you got a whole bunch of Indian grains, but they didn't grow in Israel. Certain things grew in Israel, and that was it. All right? They was introduced to a lot of things after the Babylonians captivity. And the reason why is because everybody's Israelites and everybody else was spread out through 127 different countries. A province is a country, right? And all those countries import what grows out there over here now. They send it out here. So you got export and import. What grows here, a certain amount, ship it out. That's export. And it's a tax. And there's money for that. And that's how everybody get paid now. All the big countries get paid. Mm-hmm. That's why when stuff be falling, oh man, tissue, we're having a shortage of this, shortage of tissue, shortage of this, because they're not getting it from where they usually get it from. Now the guys want you to pay more. So that's what started. Trade and commerce got real big after Babylonian captivity. All right? And corn existed. Country.
When thou comest into the standing corn of thy neighbor, then thou mayest pluck the ears with thine hand, but thou shalt not move a sickle unto thy neighbor.
Okay, so now you're telling me, got you. You're telling me corn never existed. So what other vegetable or fruit got ears? You said the word corn means something else. So, but later on, it said, thou mayest pluck the ears. I don't have to go into Hebrew to find out if it really says pluck the ears. You see? You see? Stop saying certain things. I'm hearing them saying it didn't exist. Corn was there. Standing corn. You know what standing corn is? It's up there. The children of the corn. Stalks. That corn is up there. And you got ears. Come on. That's the only wheat doesn't have ears. Okay? All other grains got to go under the millstone, not corn. You can take corn, pluck it, and hit it, and eat it right then and there. Or you can roast it if you want. That's the only grain that you can roast like that. Talk to you. Okay, hold up. Go to Joshua chapter 24. Joshua 24. Go to 23. He addressed them here too.
And it came to pass a long time after that the Lord had given rest unto Israel from all the enemies round about, that Joshua waxed old and stricken with
Now it
age.
came to the point where children of Israel got their land. They're in. They got it. Right? Time passed now. And they don't have no enemies. They got rest from all their enemies. You know, God is with them. So they don't have no beef. They don't have no ops. Okay? Joshua waxed old and stricken. You know what stricken mean? You know what that means? Physically, something is wrong now.
Right.
Because he's old. Something physical. It could be sight. It could be it could be his legs walking. It could be anything. But it said well stricken in age, meaning that because you got people that are old. They, wow, look at that old lady, man. She's still jumping and moving around at 80. Nothing wrong with her. She you don't see her walking on her back like this. You don't see her with a cane, no assistance. She jumping around. He's jumping around. But most of the time, that's right. Princess Abia. That's right. I always said about her. And then now you got most of the time, you get old, right? And if you're still living and you're still around, the body starts to wear, man. It's going. That's because death is a part of life. That's why he said, look, man, it's close to time for me to die. When I get to a certain age and my body starts doing certain things, I can leave here at any given time. That's what Isaac said. People be reading it like he died the next day.
No.
He ain't died for a long time after that. But he said, I can go anytime now. I'm in that bracket. I'm in that zone. Okay? And a man knows. A man knows. You know. You see, they say, before you die, your life flashes before your eyes. That's true. A lot of times when people think you look like you're about to die, stuff, your past flash. You know why? We could flash in 1 second because God said life is but a shadow. Our lives is we're only here for 5 minutes, man. Only here for like 5 or 6, 7 decades, or if you make it to 8. Decades is 10. You make it to 4 score, some make it to 5 score, but it don't go too much past that. And your body tells you when it's that time. The heart was made to last forever. Our bodies was made to last forever. But sin and the invitation of death through Adam and Eve, sin and iniquity and wickedness, knowledge of good and evil, all these things take a toll on our bodies. Why do you think in the world of witchcraft, they look so hideous? Because they do the abominations after abominations. That's why the witch has to disguise herself as a pretty woman. And then when she really reveal herself, she's ugly, she's old, she's supposed to have been dead. Why? All of this practice of evil, it eats your body up. It eats it up. Iniquity wears us out. Not just the spirit, the physical. Iniquity is the reason why our physical goes through what it goes through and things don't work right. Oh man, everything was good with you yesterday. What happened now? I didn't hit it or nothing. Now get up. All of a sudden, my left knee's not acting right. Stricken. You've been struck with age. He said, and Joshua called for all Israel and for their elders and for their heads and for their judges and for their officers. Said unto them, I am old and stricken in age. That's it, man. I'm here, man. I'm old. He said, ye have seen all that the Lord your God had done unto these nations because of you. You saw how God treated everybody because of you. Whoever came up against you, they got destroyed. They got hit up. Anything that happened to these nations is because of you. If they got treated good, it's because they treated you good. If they got hit up, it's because they was trying to hit you up. You saw this now, right? He said, for the Lord your God is he that fought for you. God is the one that was fighting for you. He said, behold, I have divided unto you by lot these nations that remain to be an inheritance for your tribes. From Jordan You hear that? These nations that I leave around, okay, is to be an inheritance for your tribes. You know what that means? You are supposed to run these guys that I leave back. Don't kill them. Moabites, the Ammonites, the Edomite, all these guys. Don't kill them, but leave them there for you, for your service. They're being kept there for your service. You see, when I did the rest of them, that was against you. But these, leave them there. But they are for you, for your inheritance, for your tribes, from Jordan, with all the nations that I have cut off, even unto the great sea westward. And the Lord your God, he shall expel them from before you. To expel is to be kicked out, to be driven out. Like you get expelled from school. And they're going to be driven out of your sight, and ye shall possess their land as the Lord your God promised you. Be ye therefore very courageous to keep and do all that is written in the book of the law of Moses, that you turn not aside there from to the right or to the left. That's the ultimate goal right there. The book of the law of Moses, and do everything that it says in there. Don't go to the right, don't go to the left. That is plain and simple. I couldn't explain it. Instead of having a whole speech, that's it right there. Go look into the book of the law. Do everything that it says in there. Don't turn aside. That's it. That's it. Everything else, everybody says makes it more complicated. Our forefathers went straight to the point. Yo, man, follow everything in the book of Moses. Don't go off. That's it. He said, now he's going to tell you the reason why you should do this and don't go off. He said, that ye come not among these nations, these that remain among you, neither make mention of the name of their gods. You don't go around them, and you don't even mention the name of their gods. That's why we don't mention we don't mention God's name. We don't mention God's name because no one on this planet is holy enough to mention his name. His name, one day Jewish people got right. It's God's name. They call him Hashem, the name. They don't say his name, Yod Hey Wav Hey. They say the name. But we know it means Yod Hey Wav Hey. But you can't say that name. You cannot say God's name. He already told, he said, man, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob ain't known me by no Yod Hey Wav Hey. They knew me as God Almighty. Okay? So you could call me that, or what I'm known as, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. I am the God of those great men. They were great because they served me. Everybody in the world knew who Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob is. So yeah, I said, yo, you know Abraham in the Bible? He said, yeah, Abraham. My God, that's my God. Abraham's God is my God. Same God, that's it. Now you know who we talking about. But read about that and you see what Abraham's God like and don't like. So we don't have the same God. He said that you come not among these nations, that these that remain among you, neither make mention of the name of their gods, nor cause to swear by them. You don't go. One brother told me, I said, man, when you coming back into town, man? He said, probably around New Year's, Christmas time. I said, damn, brother, why can't you just say the month? You said, because that's how heathens talk and govern their time according to their holidays. Am I correct or not? Most of the time they're off on holidays. I said, brother, we don't talk like that, man. You are around Christmas time. What do I care if you come around Christmas time? This time you're going to be around December or January. He said, yeah, you're right. I said, you got to get out that frame of thinking, man. You're not in that world no more. The middle of 7. He said, neither make mention of the name of their gods, nor cause to swear by them, neither serve them, nor bow yourselves unto them.
Cleave unto the Lord your God.
Stick to God. Stick to God. Stick to him. Stick to his side. That's all it means. Stay on his side. Come, sheep.
For the Lord hath driven out from before you great nations, and strong. But as for you, no man has been able to stand before you until
If
this
it
day.
wasn't for the Most High God, Og, the king of Bashan, would have wiped us off the planet. If it wasn't for the Most High God, Sihon, the king of Bashan, would have wiped us up. They ate us up, man. Those people, Ammonites and Moabites and the Canaanites and all the people that's round about the people, those are warrior tribes. Those people were made of warring tribes. Israel was not made of a warring tribe. They were slaves. They don't know about the art of war and stuff like that. These people, the Ammonites, when they have a child, that child learns how to kill as soon as he learns how to talk. So you're dealing with killers, real headhunters and killers. God said, nah, man, I'm gonna bring you through the wilderness this way, because if I bring you through where the people at, when they pull up on you, you're gonna get scared and run. I know this. It was a slave. You take a slave, you take the slave from being a slave, and the next day you're gonna be like this, yeah, I got God with me now. It don't go like that. Things had to be developed with those people before they got into the land. God had to instill fear in them. Look, most of them he had to kill, right?
Yeah.
He said, look, the ones that are not here, I destroyed them because they joined themselves to Baal Peor. He said, oh, you alive? I left you alive because you stuck to me. And here we go. Cleave unto God. Stick unto him. Tamshi.
One man of you shall chase 1,000. For the Lord your God, he it is that fighteth for you, as he had promised you. Take good heed, therefore.
Yo. That stands. That one there, one man of you shall chase 1,000. I still see that happen to them. I still see an Israelite brother run down on 4 or 3 heathen men. And they scared. This one man, he's outnumbered. And they walking away from him. That wasn't no. Heathens back then were warriors. It wasn't like that. I still see that. Here and there, not as a whole. See, this was supposed to be as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
But they're totally scared of all of you. That all it takes is one of you to go up against 1,000. Everybody running. Why? Because strange things happen when everybody fights these people. All of a sudden, hornets come out of nowhere and start killing everybody. That never happened when we fought the Philistines. That didn't happen when we fought the Egyptians. But these people that came out of slavery, their God is in that box. They be carrying that box. I read other books, and that's what they say. They said their God is, even the Philistines said it in the book. They said, man, their Lord is in that box. Get that box, and we got them. But that was the reason why they grabbed it. They grabbed it, bring it back to their house of God, where they got their God at. They put it there. That's like a trophy. You know that, right? It was like a trophy. Like we defeated them, and we took their most prized possession. We got their God now. So we take it and put it here next to our God. They go home. When they come back, their God, a statue, he got his head cut off. His head is cut off, and it's on his knees. It don't have no kneecaps.
Mm.
And you know what that means, right? It's bowing to the ark. What's on top of the ark? 2 cherubs doing what? Bowing towards the mercy seat.
Right.
The mercy seat ain't no bigger than this phone. This area right here. This little area is the mercy seat. It's not that big. And God said, I sit there. His big, awesome, majestic self can make himself real small and sit right there up in there. So you can't come in here anytime you want, high priest. You only come in here once a year, and when you do come in here, it's smoky, so you can't see me. I'm in here with you. Right. Same system with Moses. That's where they got the system from Moses. He said, come on up in here in this mountain, talk to me. But it's cloudy and smoky. Moses is right there. God is right. He knows God is right. He's like, wow, Moses right there. Just can't see him. And that's the same thing within the Holy of Holies. When you make that smoke with the censer,
It's the smoke. The smoke is to camouflage. It's called a smoke screen. God said, no man shall see my face and live. No man shall see my face and live. Okay? Well, man.
Verse 11.
Uh-huh.
Take good heed to therefore
Uh-huh.
unto yourselves that you love the Lord your God. Else if ye do in any wise go back and cleave unto the remnant of these nations, even these that remain among you, and shall make marriages
God
with
wants
them.
you to give him the same love Christians give Jake. You can't tell a Christian nothing about their God, right or wrong.
Right?
Nothing. God wants that devotion. He wants us to give him that same love. But you can't hug him and you can't kiss him and you can't buy him things. Because that's how we show our love to people, right? I can't protect God, right? You show your love like that too. All the things that we do to each other show love, you can't do with God. So how am I gonna love you, God? You told me to love you. Show me how I can love you. Do his commandments. Do his commandments. And he gonna say, nah, man, that dude loves me, man. He get all happy. He get happy and overjoyed. That's what he told me. He said, man, you don't see my servant Job. He bragged about him. What you talking about? You up here doing this and that. What about him? You ain't say nothing about him. He said, nah, man, you got a hedge around the guy. I can't touch him. I tried. How he know you got a hedge? He ain't gonna know unless he tried. He got electrocuted, and he had to fall back. So now he told God, listen, what's interesting? He said, man, first of all, man is happy in life. You gave him many kids. He got this. He got servants. He got money. He don't need it for nothing. The man gonna be happy, and he gonna say, boo-goo, boo-goo, boo-goo. This tree stump gave it to me. And there's nothing you can say, Shama, to that man, because why? He said, look at all this stuff. Since I start praying, boo-goo, this boo-goo give me this. So what now? That's what how the whole world was. So he's saying, Job is the same way. That's what he was telling God. God was like, oh man, you're gonna bet against me, man. That's the person you never bet against. God ain't never gonna lose a bet. That's how bad the adversary wants this guy to curse God, though. That's how bad I want to get my stuff off. I'm not recognizing God is in this. And when a man's mind is made up towards God, the adversary can't break him.
That's right.
I can say it again. When a man's mind is made up towards God, the adversary, the devil, cannot get him. That's why he ain't mess with Adam. That's how I know. Because he ain't going messing with Adam. And Adam ain't even had to make up his mind. So much more, a man like Daniel, when he made up his mind, who came to him? An angel. He said, I was sent to you when you made up your mind. So when men make up their mind, when women make up their mind, well, I'm going to say child too, because they grown now. Child told me yesterday, I said, hey man, 6, 7 years old. I said, hey man, what's good? How you doing, man? You all right? He said, yeah, I'm just keeping to myself, focusing on myself. He ain't even close to 8 years old talking like that. So I would say a child too. But they make up their mind to go their way now too. They say, hey, I was born a boy, but I'm a girl. His mind is made up. They're making their minds up. The little girl saying, well, nah, I like girls. She made her mind up. So I'm going to say man, woman, and child make their mind up to serve God. Good. You're not going to be broken. There will be a hedge around you. The hedge, you know what the hedge is? I know what the hedge is. I just got it. All right, in the book of Daniel, the angel came to him and said, in the day that thou madest up thy mind to serve the Lord, I was sent to you. That's the hedge. That's why he can't get past. The angel is the hedge. Once a man make his mind up, you have an angel with you. And now you die faithfully. You have a host surrounding your body while it's asleep. And I believe that. And you have Israelites Some of them say when you die, that's it. They believe that. On the contrary, all over this book, it talk about spirits, man. I mean, what the Witcher Endor did was fake. That whole story fake. That means that wasn't Samuel.
Mm-hmm.
That means that wasn't Samuel that came up. That was Samuel that came up.
Oh yeah.
That was a host that came up with him. That was his bodyguards.
Mm-hmm.
So when you make up your mind, it cannot be protected. That's the one power that we got over the adversary. He can't mess with you with that. He can't. You can defy him. God said defy him. God said turn from iniquity. Flee from iniquity like it's a serpent.
Mm-hmm.
Get away from it. And the only way to do that is when your mind is made up. You know what makes your mind up? Fear. You know what makes you get fear? Drama. Pain, hurt, grief, sorrow. After a while, you ain't know, you know what? No. Let me get this thing right. Make up my mind. Do what I'm supposed to be doing. Now, God, you did something in the heavens, you did something in the spirit world. You shift things. You gain certain attention. You gain good and bad attention. Do you know that?
Right.
You gain good, righteous, and wicked attention. Look, the Most High God sends an angel down there because he knows this dude is going to pull up. Man, I can't have you serving God. No, you have to curse God. You have to, us that's doing this here ain't going to be on our backs more than anybody else. Everybody else doing their bidding. We're fighting and struggling not to do the things that are a violation to God and his laws. So this is it. This is it. The Lord has driven them out before you, great nations and strong. Oh man.
Verse 12.
11.
Else, if ye do in any wise go back and cleave unto the remnant of these nations, even these that remain among you, and shall make marriages with them, and go in unto them, and they to you.
He said, look, you take good heed, therefore, unto yourselves, if you watch yourself, if you be cautious with yourself, if you pay attention to yourself, if you are aware of yourself, that means you watch everything you do, you say, you look, you listen to, you talk, you eat, you dress, everything. You attend, where you go. That's everything. If you take heed to these things, take heed therefore unto yourselves that you love the Lord your God. He said, else. He said, if you don't do this and you go back in any wise, in any manner, for any reason, and go back and stick to the remnant, to the rest of these nations that are left past, even these that remain among you, and make marriages with them. God didn't want us to marry these people, man. He didn't want us to marry them. No good. No good. Because in the end result, you're going to have children that are not going to serve God. He said, your sons will marry their daughters. He said, daughters and even daughters is going to turn the hearts of the sons from following me. God is the me. God said, I know what's going to happen. He ain't saying nothing about the woman, because once whoever the woman gets married to, she becomes that.
That's right.
Okay? She becomes that. If the guy is a satanic worshiper, she's going to be one. If he's a Muslim, she's going to be one. You understand what I'm saying? That's how it always is. So he was talking about the men. He said, because the hearts of the woman are going to turn the hearts of the men from following you. Because after a while, man, that's your woman now. Just you being one with her, an idolatrous worshiper, that cuts down, that cuts your strength for God. Oh, man.
Verse 13. Know for certainty that the Lord your God will no more drive out any of these nations from before you, but they shall be snares and traps unto you, and scourges in your sides, and thorns in your eyes.
What I told you, I ain't telling them up no more. All that stuff, all the heathen died. And God is going to come and kill up all the wicked. Watch him out, because there's a thin line between Israelite and heathen. What they say is a thin line between love and hate. There's a thin line between Israelite and heathen. Thin line. The line is thinner. It's a thin line, meaning you could be on the love side and you could do one thing wrong. Now you on the hate side. So it's a thin line between being Israel and the heathen. Okay? He said,
until you perish from off this good land, which the Lord thy God had given you.
he said,
And
God will no more drive out any of these nations before you, but they shall be snares and traps. But that's entrapment. God could do that. It's the only way he got to test you, man. You got to test you. You got to put you in the fire, man. Got to put you in the fire. But we talk real bold. We talk a lot. When the time comes, ain't no talking. It's time for action. So he gonna test. He gonna prove you. He said, know for certainty that the Lord your God will no more drive out. I ain't killing up no more nations from before you. He said, but they shall be snares and traps to you, and scourges in your sides, and thorns in your eyes. You ever had a thorn in your eye?
No.
He said, these people, that's why do you think the Philistines, Israel ain't got to do nothing? The Philistines moving up on them. They moving up on them. The Moabites moving up on them. Especially when they're not right, all these guys going to move in on them. He said, and they're going to be a thorn in your side. They're going to be an annoyance. They're going to bother you. They're going to always be nipping at your heels, okay, until you die. Perish means die. Until you perish from off this good land. This land is so good, you don't deserve to be on it. Thomas, verse 14.
And behold, this day I am going the way of all the earth. And
Yes, you know who that is, right? Joshua. I'm going the way of all the earth. I'm going to take that journey that everybody on the earth take when they die. Thomas.
And ye know in all your hearts and in all your souls that not one thing hath failed of all the good things
But the Lord God spake,
which the Lord your God spake concerning you, all are come to pass unto you, and not one thing hath failed thereof.
So, pay attention. Sometimes you have to sit down and rewind your tapes. That's what he's telling me. He said, from the beginning, God, every good thing God said he was going to do for you and do to you, it came to pass.
Mm-hmm.
It came to pass. Now, there's a reason why he's telling them this. Okay? Tamshi.
Therefore it shall come to pass that as all good things are come upon you, which the Lord your God promised you, so shall the Lord bring upon you all evil things.
All evil things. He said, look, the same way I had good for you, and it went down, and it happened, the same way you mess up, I'm going to have evil for you. The same way I have good for you now, if you violate, I'm going to have evil for you. So just remember now, the good came to pass. So if I have to do evil to you, it's going to come to pass. Thomas.
Until he had destroyed you from off this good land, which the Lord your God had given you. Why?
Did not that happen?
Mm-hmm.
Now let's get this straight. All right? When God destroys something, there is no survivors. There's nobody left. But the gene is there. The gene of Yaakov is still walking around in there somewhere. It's still here. But it's not activated. And the children are coming back. Jacob, his children, their children, the congregation of all these people we read about that were close to God, they are coming back. Those are the people who they were gathered to when they died. That is where their portion is at. A lot of Israelites don't believe these things.
Mm-hmm.
They don't believe these things. They really don't, but they'll pick up the horoscope and go by that. Ain't that something? They'll pick up the horoscope and go by that. Touch you.
When ye have transgressed the covenant of the Lord your God, which he commanded you, and have gone and served other gods, and have bowed yourself to them, then shall the anger of the Lord be kindled against you,
Okay.
and ye shall perish quickly
Quickly.
from off the good land which he had given unto you.
Okay, so you perished, you died out. Whoever lived got scattered out, and they died wherever they went, right?
Right.
So those people, there was a time when there was a long, oh wow, from a little bit after 70 AD. I'm gonna leave this with you, little historical fact. From a little bit after 70 AD, the fall of Jerusalem, up until 1950s and 60s, there was nobody walking around calling themselves Israelite.
No.
Shalom Aleichem.
So
I hope you got what was brought today, what will be brought further in time. That's true though, son. It was a period, nobody was calling themselves Israel. Nobody was doing that. Nobody was doing that. God made the prince